Good morning, good morning, good morning. Ken LeGroux, shout out to New Orleans, man. What's going on? Ernie V, Big Banks, the boxing fan. Good morning. Cal Cooler, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Ray Patterson in the building. Gilbert Jimenez, always good to see you. Man, where's my other guy, man? Where's my other Jimenez? I haven't seen in a minute. Cal Cooler, Barbara D. You guys are house. Maria, what's up? Gianni Legend. Legion in the building. What's going on? All things in the building. Windy City Assassin, good morning. King Maine, what's happening? Big Kev, what's good? Man, we got funny business going on yesterday. We got some funny business going on yesterday. Yeah, we did. Some real funny business yesterday. WBO, you slipping. What's going on, Jordan? The WBO out here slipping. Out here slipping. Sometimes Thurman, yeah. I need to get an arrow. We need an arrow Keith Thurman fight next. That's what we need. We need Errol and Keith Thurman. Man, I feel bad for Keith Thurman, man. I feel bad for Keith Thurman. I feel bad for him. Wow, what is wrong with these people, man? What is wrong with this? Yeah, it's a wrap for Keith. It is a wrap for Keith. I agree with you. I think it's a wrap for Keith. I don't know. You know, I'm hopeful for him. He's definitely unreliable, man. Definitely unreliable. What's going on, Barbara D? I'm laughing at this WBO though, man. Okay, so the topics we're going to talk about is Gervonta Davis fight announcement here. Man, they got to announce this fight. I hear they're about to announce a fight and the fight date. I heard that that's coming this week. So hopefully we'll get that announcement this week so I can start getting amped up for that fight. Why aren't they making the pay-per-view? The pay-per-view just got better. Grand Rising Fanon. What's Coach Chris said? Question: PBC still making this a pay-per-view? Yeah, absolutely. They're making it a pay-per-view. Why wouldn't they? The fight got better. It's a better fight. The fight card just got better, man. Got better. That fight just got better. I'm even more excited for it. It's a more competitive fight against a guy that's been active, and it's a unification fight. It's a two-belt fight. The fight got better. This is actually like a good thing. I mean, it's not a good thing for Keith, but I think it's a good thing for boxing. Absolutely is. I just thought it was real funny, man. My God. They said nothing like some Fanon talk over a cup of coffee. Yeah, man, that coffee man be doing it. I switch to tea every now and then, but I go back to box. I go back to it. Man, Coach Chris, man, you were not gonna buy the fight anyway. You were not gonna buy the fight anyway if you weren't gonna pay for Keith Thurman. If you were gonna pay for Keith Thurman, I don't believe you. Okay, I don't believe you were gonna buy that fight with Keith Thurman, who ain't fought in 2 years. Keith Thurman has not fought in 2 years. 2 years. Again, you've not seen Keith Thurman in the ring for 2 years versus Tim Tszyu. But you're going to pay for that. But you won't pay for Sebastian Fundora, even though it's a unification fight and you still get Rolly and Isaac Cruz on the card at the same time, I'll take it, brother. I don't believe you're going to buy that fight at all. I'll take it. Jay Mills in the building. I'm telling you, man, Tim, that's a tough fight, man. I don't know who's going to win that fight between him and Sebastian Fundora. I don't know. I do not know who's going to win that fight between him and Sebastian Fundora. I think that's an evenly matched fight for me. Jay Mills said, blessings to all, daily dues to be paid. Thank you, sir. So here's a little green to get us started. Tszyu on this one. Salute, Mr. Martin. Yeah, I don't know. 50-50 fight in my book. 50-50 fight in my book. Because I don't think Tszyu, I'm not that big. I mean, I'm big on Tszyu. I like Tszyu. But, dog, Tszyu, I ain't 100% sure, man. Then, hey, if you buy all the fights, brother, then buy the fights, man. Then buy the fights. What you telling me you ain't buying it for then? You just said you ain't buying it. How you buy all the fights and you ain't buying this one? This is a fight. So it falls into the category of all fights. I think you guys are lunching on Fundora. Hey, look, he got caught by Mendoza. He got caught by Brian Mendoza. Anybody can get caught. He got caught. He was winning that fight until he got caught. I don't know. I think it's a 50-50 fight, man. I think it's a 50-50 fight. Why are they fighting for the belt now? It wasn't on the line before, Thurman, because the WBO's on that bullshit. Oh, okay. I misunderstood, Coach Coach Chris. My bad. Look, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, and I'm sticking to it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm sticking to it. Look, man, because the WBO's on some bullshit. That's why. Because the WBO's on some bullshit. That's why. The WBO's on some bullshit. Flat out, up and down bullshit. Paco Veracel, you on some bullshit, man. You out here playing games, Paco. Paco's out here playing them games, man. You out here going against your own rules, man. You out here getting funny, man. I knew Paco was gonna go back on that decision right away. I'm like, man, if I'm Tszyu, man, call my lawyer. Call a lawyer. Call my lawyer. I have a cause of action. You telling me I can't unify for this vacant belt? Call my lawyer. I got a cause of action here. We're going to figure out if I got a cause of action. You now here going to tell me that the WBC champion in recess is the major championship belt, and you're recognizing Jermell Charlo as the champion, even though you just stripped Jermell Charlo of your championship? I got my championship because you stripped Jermell Charlo. But now I can't fight somebody else that got the belt because they stripped Jermell Charlo? Yeah, it's a unification. But Paco Veracel was acting like it wasn't. Like for about 5 minutes. Like, man, you better go ahead and you better call somebody up, Paco. I know Paco's a lawyer. Paco, you better think for a second. You better slow up, Paco. Slow up, Paco. You stripped Jermell Charlo. The same person you're claiming as a champion is still the champion for the WBC, even though the WBC says he's not our champion. How in the world can you pull that off, Paco? Better sit your ass down, shut up. It's like, no. You can't be slow your ass up, Paco. You can't be sticking your hand over there and telling the WBC who their champion is because they called him in recess. It's in recess. The word recess means you're not active. Let me see what recess means. In the back. Yeah, he can't. Temporarily suspended. It means you're suspended. Recess means champion that's suspended. You're going to recognize the champion that's suspended, Paco? Come on, Paco. Don't play these games. I know you don't like the PBC, but don't play these games. Oh, well, we're going to immediately order them to fight the man. I swear to God, man, somebody need to hire me, dog. I swear, let me be the one. 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 Man, let me tell you something, dog. That mandatory order ain't worth a paper it's printed on. But anyway, drop the belts, Terence. Drop the belts. Can we get the belts dropped? Can we get the belts dropped? Everything but the WBO. Keep the WBO. Can you drop the WBC and drop the WBA now so that we can get these fights at 147? Yeah, he put that duck. Man, first of all, do he try to put that duck on Jermell? Man, anybody ducking you, dude. When somebody can go fight Charlo for all that damn money, man, stop that shit. You would have fought Canelo too. But whatever. Tim Tszyu getting on my nerves with that stuff. He's a little extra cocky, man. I would almost like to see Terence Crawford beat him up. Better knock him out, Terence. Better knock him out. That's a big money fight. Man, please. You guys got some funny definitions for big. When it's, man, you know what it is. Anyway. Bud need to give up them titles, man. I don't agree with the cherry pick. I think Tim Bud is a firefight. I think it's a cherry pick compared to Jermell. I mean, compared to Terence, compared to Gervonta, it's a cherry pick. I don't believe that, man. It's not. Well, first of all, it's not really a cherry pick because it's a championship. Can't really cherry pick a champion as long as you drop the belts. But Tim and Terence is fired. No, I don't think so. You got to Terence. I mean, not over Gervonta Ennis. No way. No way. Gervonta, first of all, I don't think it's a bigger fight than Gervonta Ennis. And that's what Terence said he wants. I don't think it's a bigger fight than Gervonta Ennis. I don't get this idea that Tim Tszyu is some huge big name fighter all of a sudden when he hasn't had a big fight yet. Tim a cherry pick when you can, not really. He's not really a cherry pick. Not really. But he is when you compare it to, I wouldn't say, Tim Tszyu's not a cherry pick. You can't cherry pick a champion. He's a champion. You know what I mean? To be fair. But he ain't a big fight. That's not a big fight. Tim Tszyu. You guys can cut that shit. That is not a big fight. The cherry pick, I'm only really saying that, man, he's not even that big in Australia. He's not that big in Australia. Otherwise, he wouldn't be fighting in the United States. If he's so big in Australia, why is he fighting in the United States? I saw the fight he had in Australia. That shit was not in front of a lot of people. That was not some big event in Australia. I think you guys are thinking he may be big in Australia. He may be big in Australia. He ain't big. Come on, man. He ain't big. He's not a big name. Tim Tszyu is not some big name money draw fighter, bro. Let's not make some shit up. Okay? Well, he's got a whole country behind him. Man, come on. His daddy wasn't that big. His daddy wasn't that big in Australia. His daddy was never that big. Dude, his father was not that big. His father was not that big. How many fights did his father have in Australia? Hold on, man. Let me look up Costa Tszyu. Let me look at Costa Tszyu. I need to know how many big fights he had in Australia. Since he's big in Australia. These guys are big in Australia. He fought Jesse James Leha in Australia. Calvin Groves. Dude, he fought in the beginning of his career in Australia. All of his big fights were all of the real fights he had was in the United States. Ahmad Santos, Julio Cesar Chavez, Sharmba Mitchell, Urkel, Zab Judah, Ben Tacky, Jesse James Leha, Sharmba Mitchell. They're all in the United States. All of his fights were in the big fights were in the United States. His dad was not that big. For y'all to be, man, come on, man. Let's not have revisionist history here. That Tszyu was some huge draw. He was not. Okay? He was not. And in fact, where did Tszyu fight? He had to go to Manchester to fight Ricky Hatton. He was the champion and went to Manchester to fight Ricky Hatton. Come on, man. His daddy wasn't even that big. His big Jeff Horn is not. Man, there ain't no big name fighters out of Australia. Let's just stop it. Okay? Can we stop it? Hey, man. Marcus Maidana is huge in Argentina. Marcus Maidana is huge in Argentina. Roberto Duran is huge in Panama. Come on, man. Can we stop that? Can we stop acting like Tim Tszyu is some big name fighter just because he's from another country? Come on, man. We ain't trying to hear all of that, man. You know where it is. You know what it is. If you're that big where you're from, you wouldn't leave. Hey, what's his name? Monster Inoue is big in Japan. That's why he doesn't come to the United States. That's why he doesn't come to the United States, because he's big in Japan. Okay? Let's not fake like these dudes are huge in Australia. Let's not. Okay? Otherwise, they wouldn't be fighting. First of all, they wouldn't be fighting in ballrooms in the United States. Let's stop acting like he's a big. No. A cherry pick, that's a little strong. I will agree that nah. And Vada say, hey, you buying Tszyu Fedora, right? I buy all the fights. Pull Out Bandit, I buy all fights. I watch all the fights. I watch that crap ass Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. I bought that garbage. I buy all of it. But I don't think this is garbage. I actually like this fight. I like Tim Tszyu and Fedora better than I like the Keith Thurman and Fedora. Because I think Tim Tszyu and Fedora is a good fight. I don't know which way that fight goes. I don't really know which way that fight goes. That's a quality fight. I like that fight. I like that fight. Manny Pacquiao's big in the Philippines, but he's big in the U.S. He fights in the U. No, Manny Pacquiao fights in the U.S. because he's big in the U.S. He's big in the U.S. Okay, he's big in the U.S. He fights in the U.S. because he's big in the U.S. He's like, yeah, he's big in the Philippines, but he's also big in the U.S. He fights in the U.S. because he's big in the U.S. That's why he fights in the United States, because he's big in the U.S. If he wasn't big in the U.S., his ass would be fighting in the Philippines. You say he's getting knocked out. I wouldn't go too quick on that. I'm not going, man. For Sebastian Fedora is a difficult fight, man. Sebastian Fedora is a difficult fight. And yes, absolutely, Fahim, he was better. I don't know how much he weighs in the ring. I can't tell you. Felix Trinidad is big in the United States. And plus, he's from the United States. Puerto Rico's the United States. Bad example. He's from Felix Trinidad's from the United States. There's more Puerto Ricans in the United States than there are in Puerto Rico. Okay? He's from the United States. Yeah, exactly. Tim Tszyu Fedora is a 50-50 fight. And by the way, Tim Tszyu's got to prepare for that dude at the last moment. Ugh. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. That's awkward. That's awkward. They're fighting in 11 days. He switched his opponent. He's got to fight. Now he's got to fight for a guy that's 6'5". That quick. Now, obviously, Fedora's got to switch some things up too. You got 11 days to switch up that guy. Yes, not a lot of time. His sparring is done. He's not sparring anymore. I do believe it's sparring. I believe that's a wrap on his sparring, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Man, what's up, Ramin? Namin? What's up, Ramin? Hold on, man. One second. Let me get to this. What's up, Ramin? Ramin? Yeah, sparring's done, so shit. Yeah, he got to punch up. I know that. Yeah, that can actually help him, though, punching up. I'm trying to tell you, don't lunch. Don't lunch. And they trying to sell a Mexican too. Hey, man, you better win that fight. You better win that fight because you got Sebastian Fundora. Viva Mexico! Viva Mexico! You better win that fight. You better knock that boy out, Tim. Viva Mexico! Who you think showing up to that fight? When you got Isaac Cruz, you got Isaac Cruz and Fundora on there. They go, Viva Mexico! You better watch out. It's a good fight. I like that, though. Hey, thank you, Keith, man. I appreciate you yesterday, sir. Say good show today. Thank you for that support, man. Thank you, Keith, man. That was actually yesterday that you did that. I'm sorry, brother, that I didn't get. That was actually, you did that in the afternoon. So thank you so much to everybody that supports after the show is over. Mexican Zoo. Nah, that ain't how it works, bro. You're not going to outsell no Mexican, but no Mexican. Sebastian Fundora is actually Mexican. Maria said, appreciate the knowledge. Thank you, sister. Thank you for that $5 holler. Thank you for supporting the channel. It is definitely what matters. It is definitely what keeps it crack-a-lacking. Hey, big homie said, for the white beard, you got it. Thank you, brother. Yeah, hey, man, I'm so happy you guys suggested that I start putting oil in my beard. Way better. I didn't like the oil on my skin. Brandon House said, you put frequent flyer in the cemetery. Frequent flyer, look, man, we ain't got Devin Haney in the title. He'll be back. He'll be back after Devin Haney wins a fight. After Devin Haney wins a fight, he'll be back. They all be back. Or maybe you won't be back. I'll be okay if you don't come back. I understand how it is sometimes. Sometimes you just got to go. Sometimes you got to leave. Sometimes, you just don't, you can't roll. Sometimes you just ain't rocking with me no more. It is what it is. What's up, Chillville? What's up, Fi? You know what I mean? Oh, he's trying to cherry pick that Tim Tszyu fight by not fighting Gervonta. I know cherry pick is not an applicable word, though. Just so you know. Cherry pick may be a little bit tough, but still, he's trying to go find that weak link. Tim Tszyu. I don't believe Tim Tszyu. I don't believe he's a Gervonta in this level fighter, man. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I think that's an easy way out. I think he's trying to get an easy way out with Tim Tszyu because Tim Tszyu is very unproven fighter. Very, very, very easy to hit. Very unproven. And I think that the real fight is Gervonta Ennis. But Gervonta Ennis, he won't fight Gervonta Ennis. So, yeah, I got to kind of lay it out there on that. Oh, hold on, man. I'm sorry. Did I miss Jay Mills? I don't think I read Jay. He said, blessings morning, daily dues to be paid. So here's a little G. Oh, I got you, brother. Thank you, Jay Mills. And Matty, yo. Thank you, brother. What's up, man? Matty never says a thing, just supports. Never says a thing, just supports. Big time, Matty, yo. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much, man. Sadiq Brown, what's up, man? Hey, so I'm a huge Boots Ennis fan and would like to know who do you think his next fight will be against? With Ray Willis, I think it's probably going to be Cody Crowley if Cody Crowley mans up and fights. Cody Crowley. It's an interesting fight. Just drop the belts. Hey, but for real, Bud, just drop the belts. Just drop the belts. You drop the belts, do whatever you want to do. Gervonta Ennis is not going to 154. There's no reason for that. No reason for him to go to 154. Stay right where you are. Stay right where you are. You got 5 days to begin a negotiation. Man, you better get out of here. Man, dog, let me tell you what I would do if I was them dudes. I would be like, man, you can keep that WBO belt. You can keep it. That's what I do. That's what I would do. Because the WBO is on some funny business, bro. The WBO wants Terence to have that belt. They want it bad. I don't know what's going on. Hey, what's going on, Chill? Bill in the middle said, Team Crawford with the $25 holler. What's up, Noob? Thank you, sir, so much for that incredible support. Thank you, man. Always good to talk to you, Chillville. Bell said, hey, what's up, Be Easy? Says, salute, Martin, a little $2 holler. Tim Zoo and two. It works for me. What's going on, DJ OC in the place to be? Spinning on them ones and twosies. Spinning on them ones and twos. I don't know, man. Maybe I am a little defensive of the PBC. Maybe I'm a little defensive of the PBC. Maybe I'm seeing a bunch of nonsense taking place with that WBO as it relates to them. What's going on, Egomaniac Kid? Because they seemed mighty funny about letting those belts get combined. Now, Terence is not heading back to Top Rank. Terence is not heading back to Top Rank. Bob Arum ain't going to do it. Oh, it's because you love black people. Just something really funny, man. It just seems real funny, that ruling that they had yesterday. For them to be so insistent. First of all, wasn't Tim Tszyu a mandatory? Why is Tim Tszyu getting a mandatory that fast when he was the mandatory? I don't think Tim Tszyu has not had that belt a year. And Tim Tszyu was the mandatory. But now they're slapping a mandatory on this dude as fast as they possibly can. And then they acted like they wouldn't even allow the unification of the belts. Like, no, we're not going to do that. Oh, and you got to negotiate with Terence Crawford. 5 days. You got to start 5 days after the fight. And they stripped Jermell. They stripped Jermell for moving up and doing something that they didn't strip other people for doing. You know what I mean? Terence Crawford has not had a mandatory for the WBO in 2 years. It's been 2 years since he had a mandatory for the WBO. His mandatory is due. His mandatory is due. I just think the WBO is just kind of on it a little bit. You know what I mean? What's going on, LL Music? I just think they're kind of on it. Yeah, he did. Bud threw a big party. Yeah, they threw a big party for Bud a couple of weeks ago. I just think Paco Vericel's just on some bullshit. That's just my feeling. Because I knew that they could not fail to recognize the winner. That is a unification fight. It's in your rules, Paco. It's in your rules. It is in your rule, which I read, which is Section 7. What is this? Section 7. 7A. Section 7A. Section A, point A. A unification bout is a championship bout with the champion of another sanctioning body, sanctioned organization recognized by the WBO. Well, are you saying you're recognizing it's a championship bout that's recognized, or but no, you're saying of another sanctioning body recognized by the WBO, including the WBA, the WBC, and the IBF. So right there, you say that you recognize in your own rule. What rule did I forget? What did I forget? He's not the one that WBO isn't the one that's got the interpretation that you can interpret that shit any way you want. It's the WBC that has the interpretation of rules shit in there. There isn't one. World Championship Committee. Yeah, nah. They don't have, the WBO doesn't have that in there. That's the WBC that has that in there. But anyway it goes, it doesn't matter. You still got to have a reason. You still have to, even if that rule was in there, still. I'm still going to take your ass to court over that shit. Let me tell you, sir, I'm going to take your ass to court and we're going to find out. Because listen, there's no interpretation in that what they said. A unification is a bout, championship bout from these organizations. It's very specific. There's no room for leeway in there. And your actions before You got to have you can't just willy-nilly do whatever the fuck you want just because you say you can do whatever the fuck you want. That's and I do believe the cause of action is breach of contract. You have to have some type of predictable, repeatable, and reasonable interpretation, even if it's consultation with. That's why the WBC has consultation with. You can't just do whatever the fuck you want to do, but your ass is going to go to court, and people are not even going to. Hey, I need for you to stop, Starborn 007, please. Come on, man. I mean, come on, 007, please. No, they already went back on it. Fahim, they went back on it right away. And ain't no watch this. They went back on that shit right away. That's why you have the order. They got rid of that shit right away. They had already done it. They had let Vasily Lomachenko fight for the vacant belt when Mikey Garcia was champion emeritus. They can't say that they don't recognize the WBC World Championship as a major as the belt when everybody else does. And they've done it in the past. When there's been a champion emeritus, right? Emeritus, and you recognize champion, you didn't recognize champion emeritus when it was Lomachenko. But now that it's somebody that's represented by Al Heyman, you're not going to recognize it? Man, you better get the fuck out of here. And then all of a sudden, you're going to jump in there in 5 seconds, like, well, you got to fight this other guy that's not represented by you. Take your belt and shove it. That would be me. Take your belt and shove it. I am not feeding Tim Tszyu or Sebastian Fundora to you. Man, please keep your belt. Fahim, this is boxing. I'm telling you, I'm talking boxing. I don't like the move, man, from the WBO. I like the move from Terence Crawford, though. I like the move from Terence Crawford because Terence is, if he agrees to the fight, he's going to get a shot at 2 belts, which is why I'm telling you, I don't believe it. You're going to have to sign something for that. I literally won I know shall doesn't always mean shall. I know. I literally won a case before the Georgia Supreme Court arguing that shall doesn't always mean shall. Okay, that's fair enough. Your ass is going to go to court, though. Your ass is going to go to court, though. We know that. See you in court. See you in court. What's going on, Sammy? That is unambiguous language. And see your ass in court. Paco, how much money you got, Paco? What's that Trevor Trove looking like there out there, Paco, when I take your ass to court? Get them lawyers' fees ready. Get them lawyers' fees ready. We're about to get the and by the way, I'm keeping my 12%. I'm keeping my 3%. I pay you. And I'm not going to recognize your shit no more. And I'm not going to have my fighters fight for your belt. Fuck you and the WBO. That's what the PB, that's what Fox said. Fox News was like, hey, man, fuck the WBO. What if Amazon Prime says, fuck the WBO? I don't give a shit about the WBO. Let me get some of that Let me pay some of my money to the WBA. Let me pay some of my money to the IBF. And let me pay my money to the WBC. And look, you can keep your ass over there on the zone, WBO. Take your ass over there and get that belt to Bob. The money's coming from the network. And we got all kind of money on this network. So keep your shit. We're in the 3-belt era now. Anyway, I don't like the WBO and how they handle that, man. Just that little bit. And no, I don't really think it's a cherry pick for Terence Crawford. Tim Tszyu. I don't. Tim Tszyu is a good fighter. We all just watched the Georgia judicial system in action. Yay for the Georgia judicial system. I told you so. You watching a rich man bully the hell out of cats is what you watching. That's what you watching. You watching how money can cause confusion. But you're fucking with the state. And the state got all kind of dope. The state got money for days. The state got money for days. For days. They may not have the best attorneys though, but they got money for days. They got a payroll for them cats. Other than that, ain't nobody. You kind of try to appeal it and appeal it and appeal it and appeal it and appeal it. Now, anyway, everyone and their moms picked Errol Spence and Crawford to be at 50. Now we're all, man, get the fuck out of my face, bro. I'm not trying to hear your shit. Get the fuck out. Okay? I'm not even going to lie, dog. Once somebody starts talking like that, dude, ain't nobody brought up Errol Spence Jr. Ain't nobody said a word about Errol Spence Jr. What are you bringing up Errol Spence Jr. for? Ain't nobody said a word about Errol Spence Jr. Now, you made my camera go out of focus. Give me 1 second. Oh, there you go. It went back in focus now. Man, will you get out of here? Like, for real, I don't want to keep bad. I hate when y'all do that. Oh, Errol, Terence Crawford. Well, I'm not even hardly talking about Terence Crawford either. Hey, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that MAGA shit. Man, y'all better kick rocks with that MAGA. How about we make America great for the first time? How about we do that shit? How about you take the A out of that shit? Just make it great. Ain't got to make it great again because I'm still trying to wait. When the hell exactly were we all living in such freaking, please. Anyway, no tolerating buzz slander. No, I'm not. I'm not taking any Errol Spence Jr.'s catching strays. Man, you guys watched. That must have been the last fight that you watched. Errol ain't got nothing to do with this. Jaron Ennis is at 147 pounds, and Bud would not fight him for the belts the man got right now. Okay? Why can't I see him fight Jaron Ennis? I would rather see him fight Jaron Ennis than see him fight Tszyu. I would rather see it. I think Jaron Ennis is a better fighter than Tszyu. By far a better fighter than Tszyu. I think that is the easy route between the two. Would you like Errol and Thurman? I don't really care. I would take it. I'll take Terence Crawford and Jaron. I mean, Terence Crawford and Tszyu, to tell you the truth. He did run. What do you mean? How are you going to say, you guys understand in this chat that Bud runs from no one and is moving up? Dude, runs and is moving up at the same time. So he didn't run from him. He's just moving away from him. Man, I would rather see a Jaron Ennis fight with Terence Crawford any day of the week. That's the fight. Not Tszyu. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. I would rather see that fight. Defend undisputed at 147. Bud ain't never defended undisputed. But defend undisputed. I don't give a shit about that nobody up in there but Jermell Charlo ass weight class for him to go up in there. Fight Jaron. Jaron is the legit dude. He's the man. That's the legit fight right there for Bud. That guy right there. Two excellent top-level black fighters, one younger, one older. Man, Starborn, I'm not trying to hear you, man. You on timeout, bro. Be quiet. I ain't trying to hear that shit. I'm trying to see him fight Jaron. I'm not trying to hear you make excuses for why he can't do it. Man, stop it, Starborn. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Drop the belts. Drop the belts and do what you want or fight Jaron. God, dog. Why can't we see a fight we want to actually see? Yeah, whatever. It's not a matter what Tszyu is a champion. I'm telling you, I'll take the Tszyu fight. I don't have a problem with the fight. I would rather the Jaron Ennis fight. What's up, Ashley's Corner? I would rather see that fight. That is a better fight. Hey, well, you don't agree. Good. Everybody got their right to disagree. I would rather see the Jaron Ennis fight. I would rather see the Jaron Ennis fight. I would rather see him defend the belts that he has. I'm tired. Or drop the belts. If you drop them, drop them. Drop them. Drop them. Drop him and go. You know what I mean? Drop him and go. But then let these guys fight so we can get the fights at 147 at the very least. Obviously, I mean, it's politics. Listen, look at this politics. Look what the politics. Bud is taking advantage of politics. Dude, man, that ain't nothing but politics. What happened yesterday, that's all politics. That was all politics that took place yesterday. All politics. The WBO had the audacity to act like they were not going to allow a unification fight. And in order to get it, you need to start negotiations. Why the fuck didn't they order that beforehand? Think about it for a second. Why didn't they say that beforehand? Why didn't the WBO say before that you had 5 days to enter into a conversation with your mandatory? Why didn't they do that before that? Why did they do that as a consequence of allowing a unification fight? That you must begin negotiations in 5 days. You must fight within 6. It's to put the PBC in a different position, in a difficult position. That's what they're doing. They're doing that to get leverage against the PBC. That's what they're doing with a fighter that they think can beat their champions. That's what Paco was doing. That's what the WBO is doing. That's what they're doing. If that was a fight that they didn't think those guys would lose, I believe they would have never done it. That's the game that I think that they're playing. And that's why I would be spiteful. I would be spiteful. Keep your belt. Tszyu got the WBO. Sebastian Fundura's got the WBO. Good luck. Have Bud fight somebody else on some other network. We'll see who's going to pay for that. Because the WBO's playing games, but they ain't got no money. You're playing games, but you cost money. You don't make money. You are what you call an expense. But like I say, I would rather, I'm biased in this regard. I would rather see the Terence Crawford Gervonta in this fight for all the belts at 147 and get a chance to have that young, very, very, very talented kid get a shot to get in there and fight for the belts. And I would like to see Terence Crawford defend his undisputed title. I think he's probably the only guy, except for Monster Inoue. I don't know. Did Monster Inoue defend his undisputed title at 118? I would like to see. I know that Devin Haney defended his. I know that Teofimo Lopez defended his. I know that George Kambosos defended his. I know Josh Taylor defended his. I know Alexander Usyk defended his. I don't think Monster Inoue did, but Monster Inoue is in his next fight, though. So he is going to defend his undisputed against Luis Nery. So that's on deck. That is on deck. I would like to see Terence, if you're the undisputed, 2-time undisputed, but you never defended it. That's glaring. You're missing something in your accomplishments. What difference does it make if you're undisputed if you never defended it? You never walked into a boxing ring. You never walked into the ring as an undisputed champion. I would rather see him defend it than to see him fight a guy that I think he's going to beat. And honestly, I don't even know if it's a competitive fight. I don't think Tszyu is a competitive fight with Terence Crawford. I don't think it's competitive. I think Tszyu a good fighter, but I don't think that's a competitive fight. I think that fight is borderline a mismatch. I don't want to see him in a mismatch. And don't act like the mismatch guy is big money. It's not big money. There's nothing to support the contention that that's big money. Because I guarantee right after this pay-per-view, y'all going to claim, they're the same people that say it's big money are going to claim this pay-per-view that he headlined flopped. I would rather see the Boots fight, personally. But let me invite some of y'all onto this channel this morning. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not interested in the same old debates. The guy that talked all that crap yesterday, dude, you didn't show up, though. You just used my name on your video to get somebody to watch your video. Hey, man, and you got 100 views. If you want to talk about something specific, if you want to talk about this topic, I'm okay. Not willy-nilly questions. Oh, that's hilarious. You said when Keith heals up, Shields will be waiting for him. Man, let me tell you something, man. She need to stop that shit, bro. Clarissa Shield need to stop that shit. Them chicks is obnoxious, man. I ain't gonna lie, dog. I'll watch them as fighters, but I ain't trying to hear that, dog. Like, I'm not trying to hear that ridiculous amount of disrespect that Clarissa Shields puts on that man. It almost makes me wish, go ahead and fight her. Like, hey, man, you want your body. She wants her Billie Jean King moment. Give it to her. Give it to her. Give her Billie Jean King minute. Give her her Billie Jean King moment. Let her get in the ring and fight you. She weighs 147 and let her come in at 168. Give her a 20-pound weight advantage. Give her a 20-pound weight advantage. Come in at 146.5 and let her come in at 168. And then go ahead and give her like 30 seconds of a shellacking. Give her as long in 8-ounce gloves. I'm just telling you, man, it makes me feel like that. Like, come on, man, you talking, man, you know how much I warned my daughter about that? I was like, look, babe, you got to understand something with these dudes. Never get in a fight with them. I don't care how skilled you are. I don't care how strong you think you are. I don't care how little you think this dude is. Do not ever instigate a fight with him. Don't do it. That is not going to be a good look. Don't do it. Don't ever let your ego get into it. Don't feel safe about it. Don't do none of that. Don't think, oh, we always play around. Don't let that shit go too far. Don't do it. That shit is not safe. Okay? That is not safe because you're just relying on him not snapping. You just have trust that he ain't gonna snap on you. If he snaps on your ass and you by yourself, that's a fucking wrap for you. So don't do it. Don't challenge a man at the one thing he knows he has over you. Because he got it over you. Oh, but I'm a boxer, so I beat other men up. Yeah, you did. You better beat up somebody that didn't know how to box. Or somebody that was half-hearted with you. I wouldn't do it. And Keith Thurman, that's just, hey, Mr. Pragmatic said, time for some color in the chat. Thank you, brother. Hey, Bud is going to kill that boy. There's no excuse to forgo an Ennis fight for an Australian. No, there's not. There's no reason. Hey, my man, Mr. Pragmatic says she's extremely disrespectful for always calling Keith Thurman out. I don't think that fight. I don't think that fight should be sanctioned, but I kind of wish it would be to shut her up. I mean, you know what I mean? It would be like, come on, man. Come on, man. We got 653 people watching the chat. On YouTube, 555. Hit that like, man. Yeah, it's because she played. You know what? It's funny, Brock, because she probably messed with him. She probably pissed him off. She probably pissed him off. Like, okay, you keep talking. Like, you keep talking. You want me to go all out? Oh, okay. Man, don't play. You know what I mean? It's like, don't play. Don't play. Physics is real. Drew Laws, how can I help you?
Hey, man, salute to you, man.
Salute to you, sir.
Yeah, man, I was watching the show. Wow, I've been trying to get on the thing, but for some reason my phone always malfunctioning.
No, it's functioning today. What's on your mind?
Well, so wait, so you were saying that Terence Crawford is stepping in for Keith Thurman role?
No, hold on one second. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. My wife needed something.
Yeah. So wait, is Terence Crawford stepping in for Keith Thurman or
No,
whatnot?
no,
So it's not official yet that he's.
no. Let me tell you what's happening. Um, but actually, maybe let's put you back in the chat, man. I'll explain it back in the chat. If you want to get back on, let's get back on. But it's
All
always
right.
good if you know what you're before you click the link that you know what we're talking about. Because that way you can come with a question or you can make your point or something and we can roll like that.
And wait,
But
hold on. Wait, hold on. I got one more question. One more question. How long was Gervonta Davis a pro when he sparred Devin Haney?
a year, two maybe. He had 9 fights. Hold on.
So
Hold on, man. I'll look.
I don't like how y'all trying to rip on my boy. I don't appreciate that.
That's his problem. Shit. Tell him keep his mouth shut. Shit. Should have told your boy to keep his mouth shut. That ain't my problem. Here. Gervonta Davis in his 10th fight. He for a year.
I don't like how you keep playing that video too.
Dude, I don't give a shit. What? Drew, come on, man. You getting up here. You don't know what you want to talk about. You don't know what the topic is. You're telling me you don't like what? You asked me how long the man's been a pro. He's been a year for. Come on, man. I said, please don't come up here with the same topics. I said, please don't come up with the roll. I don't want to roll the tape. I'm trying to talk about Gervonta Davis and the fight not being announced yet. I'm trying to talk about the fight not being announced yet. And I'm hoping that they hurry up and announce it soon. And we're talking about what's going on with Tszyu and Terence Crawford and Tszyu, Terence Crawford, and Sebastian Fundora. That's what we're talking about, bro. I don't give a shit if you like me playing the tape or not. If Devin Haney doesn't want people talking about him, tell Devin not to lie. I don't understand why we cannot live in a world where everybody knows how to behave. If you don't want none, don't start none. If you don't want none, don't start none. If you don't want somebody to prove you're a liar, don't lie. How about that? How much of a chance do you give Fundora Fanon? Hey, man, I'm like 55-45 on that. I think it's an evenly matched fight. I think Sebastian Fundora can definitely pull that shit off. I think this is the toughest fight. I think it's the toughest fight of Tszyu's career. Easy. I don't believe, dude. It's, I don't know, 50-50, close to 50-50. Sebastian Fundora can fight, man. Sebastian Fundora got caught with that big shot from Brian Mendoza. But I don't know, is Tszyu going to be able to catch him? Especially if he's prepared for it and he's like, okay, let me do a little something different. And you're fighting in Vegas. And that kid's Mexican. And he's Mexican. Hey, man, you may catch that L. He may catch that L. He may catch that L. He ain't going to stop him to the body now. And Tszyu's going to be getting hit with a lot of shit. I think I love the fight. I think it's a very, very interesting fight. Man, I swear, man. I'm a jerk. Man, dude, go away, bro. Just go away, bro. I'm not letting you on, okay? Goodbye. Go away. It's a very, very good fight. Yeah. If Fundora uses his height against Tszyu, something Fundora rarely does, he wins. Yeah, I mean, I think he can definitely win because Fundora's going to, because first of all, Tszyu can get hit. He gets hit, and he gets hit a good amount. And Sebastian Fundora is very, very busy. And it's on exactly like Ashley said, it's short notice. Short notice. I like that fight a lot. I like that fight better than I like the Keith Thurman fight. I think it's a tougher fight. I'm going to tell you, I think it's similar to what happened with Gervonta Davis when Rolly Romero pulled out. When Rolly Romero pulled out and you wound up getting Isaac Cruz. Isaac Cruz is a more difficult fight for Gervonta than Rolly Romero was. And I think the same scenario here. I think Sebastian Fundora is a more difficult fight for Tim Tszyu than Keith Thurman was. There's not, first of all, Tim Tszyu doesn't have a size advantage. Something that Tim Tszyu stays with. You know? Yeah, I think it's a much better fight. I'm serious. I'm really excited for this fight. Now, to Coach Chris, I was kind of messing with Coach Chris earlier. When Coach Chris said he didn't think that it was a pay-per-view fight, I mean, look, man, we got a different reality here with these pay-per-views now. We got to stop thinking of pay-per-views as something that you're going to do for a specific, like, oh, it's a really huge fight. Let's celebrate with a pay-per-view. No, that's not what it is. That's not what it is. What a pay-per-view is a way to offset cost. So they don't have to, hey, man, you got to buy a ticket to this fight. Like, it's a way to get people to have to buy a ticket to a fight. Sorry, you're not going to get a free fight on television. You got to buy a ticket. They're just selling tickets on TV. Just what it is. I don't think people need to keep looking at this and saying like, oh, I need to get this fight for free. You're not getting that fight for free. You're not going to get boxing matches for free. You're not going to get a lot of boxing matches for free. You know? Promoters not being on the same page. Dude, I'm not letting you on with that title, brother. I'm not going to do it. I don't know who you are. I'm not going to do it. Go away. You can change the name 5-10 times, dude. I'm not letting you on. Okay? Just go away. Go away. You have to show me your face to get on. And you can go get another channel and change it again, and I'm going to see you. I know who you are. I know your naming conventions. I'm going to throw you off. Okay? Fanan, do you feel Tim has a better chin than Fundora? I suspect that he does, seeing as I've seen Fundora get knocked out. Seeing as I've seen Fundora get laid out. But I would suspect that he does. You know? I would suspect that he does. You just have to pay to go to the just like you have to pay to go to a concert or a basketball or football game. That's the same in boxing. Fighters have to get paid somehow. Yeah, you have to pay for it these days. That's it. Because in order to get the fights that you want and these people to make the money that they want, you know, they got to break even. They got to do a little bit better than breaking even. And let me put it this way. There's no fight on Top Rank this year that is as good. I don't know. Well, Monster Inoue's fight against, that was last year. But anyway, you get my point. Antonio Richardson, hey, thank you, brother, said had to show my homages this morning to keep cooking. Thank you, Antoine Richardson. Thank you, sir. Bud had the world at his feet. Such a great waste of a great opportunity. And trying to get slick with the WBO. I'm telling you, man. See, again, I will tell you when I got an issue. I did not like that move, WB. I didn't like that, Paco. Why you playing, Paco? Why are you setting somebody up, Paco? Why are you setting somebody up, Paco? You still mad at the PBC? You still mad at the PBC because Fox said no, F-U-C-K, the WBO, because the WBO doesn't rank PBC fighters? And if you want our money, you got to rank our fighters instead of always ranking top-ranked fighters, Paco. How about you be fair, Paco? How about you be fair? How about you get your head about the backside of Bob Arum? How about you do that? Because that's so obvious what the WBO does. Very, very obvious. If I was Amazon Prime, I would tell Paco, you don't get none of our money, Paco, and we don't care about your WBO belt. Drop the belt, Tim. We don't do business with the WBO, and the WBO don't pay you. See, that's when you got to teach. I think they need to teach that dude a lesson. We pay you. You don't pay us. So keep your shit. I have the WBC now. The winner of this fight is going to have the WBC. So you can have your WBO, and let's see who wants to fight Terence Crawford for your vacant WBO. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Because, see, you know how they talk about people wanting to fight for money? What if Tim Tszyu says, you know what? I really would prefer to become unified with the WBA. I would prefer to be unified with the IBF. Fundora would be a really funny matchup for Bud. But I'm telling you, say it's Tim Tszyu, Nick Balling. Tim Tszyu should protect Tim Tszyu's brand, just like Terence Crawford is protecting Terence Crawford's brand. Terence Crawford's not fighting Jaron Ennis in a fight that is bigger than that. So why should Tim Tszyu feed himself to Jaron Ennis? Why should he? Why should he? Rocker McBride said, the question is, does Bud still pursue being the WBO mandatory if the 6'6" Fundora wins? That's a very interesting question. I'm going to tell you, though, what the more interesting one is. Will he pursue it if it goes to purse bid? Where he only gets 50% of the purse. Will he pursue it if Tim Tszyu says, I want the lion's share of the money? What will happen then? What's going to happen then? Is Tim Tszyu going to take a fight against, is Terence Crawford going to take the low end of the money against Tim Tszyu? Or Sebastian Fundora Rocco? If it's a purse bid, I'm telling you, he's going to drop out. Bud's going to drop out. Because they're not going to pay more than $5 million for that fight. And I'm telling you, how much you think he's going to get less than $5 million for that fight? Jaron Ennis' purse bid is noon, by the way, for the Cody Crowley fight. Cody Crowley would have been better. Cody Crowley would have been better off agreeing to that. Thank you, Agent Zero. Cody Crowley would have been better off just agreeing for that fight. You probably driving down the money for both of those guys doing that shit. Asante L said Crawford is fighting Errol and nobody else marked my words. Yeah, use it as leverage. Use it as leverage. 18 Wheeler, what's up, man? Wheeler in the building said for support. Yes, sir, brother. Said Cody don't want to be a fighter. Big Dre asked, what did Big Dre ask? Martin, can you go over that stuff with the WBO again? I came at the end and missed most of it. Okay, yeah. So basically what happened was yesterday, yesterday, Keith Thurman pulled out of the fight with Keith Thurman pulled out of the fight with Tszyu, which the WBO had refused to sanction to begin with. So that's dickhead move number one by the WBO, because the WBO wouldn't sanction the fight. So Tszyu and the WBC already gave the middle finger to the WBO and said, no worries, don't sanction it. We'll fight at 155. We won't fight in that weight division. We'll have a 160-pound fight. Strip me. So the WBO bitched out and didn't strip him. But then when Keith Thurman pulled out of the fight, the PBC said, okay, well, we have a big pay-per-view fight coming up. We need somebody to fill in. And they had a WBC vacant title fight at 100 for the WBC, right? So they moved over Sebastian Fundora and got the WBC to agree to let Tszyu fight for their vacant belt. The WBO 154-pound champion fight for the vacant WBC championship. Then Paco got on some more bullshit and claimed that they weren't going to recognize that as a title. They were not going to recognize the WBC title for the purposes of unification. That they still considered Jermell Charlo as the champion for the WBC. The same Jermell Charlo, Paco, that you stripped for inactivity. So the WBC put him in recess for inactivity. You stripped him for inactivity, but you're claiming that the WBC, he's still the WBC champion, even though it's not your job to tell the WBC who their champion is for unification purposes. The WBC says who their champion is, not you, but you decided you can do it and you weren't going to sanction it, but then immediately changed his mind right away, but then ordered the winner to, within 5 days. For now, and you called it purse bid for Ennis postponed so they can negotiate. Yeah, that's some stupid shit to go to that purse bid, dumbass Crowley. You're going to lose money because they're going to buy that fight on the cheap. Boop. Now you're going to get, what is it? You would get 25% of less money, dummy. You better negotiate that fight. Thank you, brother. I'm trying to tell you, I'm getting real used to the business of boxing. You can predict what's going to happen with these dudes. I mean, Charlo don't care. Charlo just made a bunch of money fighting Canelo Alvarez. He has been in a bunch of wars at 154 and became the undisputed champion at 154. He did it at 154. He's been at 154 for years. He's been at 154 for years. He's been at 154 for years. And if they collect all that stuff, he can do what he wants to do. He can go to 160 if he wants to fight at 160, challenge at 160. Jermell Charlo did what Jermell Charlo needs to do. Then he got a big old payday for it, fighting Canelo. Yeah, exactly, bro. They're like, man, this is what people are going to bid. I'm going to bid on this shit on the low. You're not going to get anything. Ain't nobody bidding for that. They're not going to outbid. First of all, who's going to outbid him? Bob Arum is not going to outbid him for that fight because Bob Arum is not going to be able to keep either one of them. He doesn't have a date for it. Who is going to outbid him for that? Nobody, Cody. How about you stop playing games, bro? Man, Devin ain't getting knocked out by Ryan, man. Devin ain't even going to beat up on Ryan, man. Ryan shouldn't even be in the fight. Ryan shouldn't even be fighting. That shit is ridiculous. That shit is a joke. But good luck, man. I'm glad Devin's getting that money, though. I'm glad Devin's getting that money. I'm glad he's getting that money. But I'm telling you how this is going, man. I'm telling you. Terence Crawford plays too many games, man. You play too many games. And you playing games with people that really don't even give a shit about you, bud. If Tszyu says, no, I'm keeping the WBC belt, fuck off WBO. And then listen, I listened to a writer. I got respect for writers, dude, but when you get hired by certain people, I can tell in your tone who hired you. But the idea that is, good luck having the WBC override the WBO mandatory. How about fuck the WBO altogether? I am the WBC champion. Fuck y'all. Keep it. Oh, but you ducked. Call, say whatever you want. Fuck the WBO. Bow. How about that? How about I'm the WBC champion and I don't need your belt? How about that? How about them apples? How about them apples? How about I'm not about to feed myself to Terence Crawford? And I am going to wait out Terence Crawford for 2 years. If Tszyu waits 2 years to fight Terence Crawford, Tim, wait a year. Wait a year. Wait a year. Terrell Cameron, how can I help you?
How you doing, Fanon?
I'm well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. It's my favorite show, man. I watch it. I watch it every morning. I'm sure you know by now.
Thank you, sir.
I think I hope that Ryan wins this one, man, because his dad do a lot of talking. Unnecessary talking that he should do for himself. I mean, you got a lot of dads that's into boxing. I mean, with their children and stuff like that, and they should just lay back. A lot of them should just lay back and let their kids fight and let them enjoy themselves. That's how I feel like that. But just moving on to the next thing, because I don't want to take up a lot of your time. I think Ryan gonna get a lucky punch. I think Ryan gonna get a lucky punch, and sting him a little bit. And moving on to the next, Pitbull gonna win that fight by knockout. This is my predictions. That's all. I like Broly.
You like him? No, I'm listening.
Yeah, I like Broly. I like Broly, man. I like him. I really like him a lot. But he just don't have the fundamental skills that Pitbull Cruz have. Okay, and most of all, I was like Coach Calvin and Kenny say, and Senior and my main man Squeeze. You know what I mean? Like they say, right? Man, you just keep him out their mouth, man. That's what they really should do.
Yes, sir.
They really should do that because, they just make themselves look bad when they do that, And I say Tank over everybody.
Yes, sir. Got
you. Yeah, Tank and 7 on this one.
Yes, sir. All right, bro. I appreciate you, man.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for coming through, Terrell. Good to put a face to a name, brother. I've seen you before, man.
Right.
I appreciate you, man.
That's right, brother.
All right, peace. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, Fanon, Bill Haney on your live set a record for the most lives in a 2-hour time frame. Supercomputer in Silicon Valley overheated, try to count how many lies were told. Fanon, you're a part of history. Hey, man, gone for history, bro. Oh, man, but for real, I know I'm being a jerk. But I ain't gonna lie to WBC. Hey, man, thank you, brother, for the flame on, man. I'm telling you, the WBO pissed me off with that shit. Like, man, how you gonna try to keep Tszyu and Fundora from getting a unification fight? Why would you even act like you didn't want that? Tank over everybody. GTD all day. Hey, Black Parent. Hey, Freddie said, Black Parent said, supporting the channel, much respect. Thank you, brother, for that $5 holler, brother. Thank you, man, for keeping the lights on and popping. As we chop it up about this boxing, Man, if y'all would not mind hitting a link, we got we got total number between Twitter and YouTube. We got 800 people watching the live stream. And for sure, if you over there on Twitter, man, hit the like button on Twitter. That shit ain't gonna hurt you, bro. For real. Ain't nobody supporting monetarily from Twitter. So, and ain't nobody paying no money, and I don't get no dough from no Twitter. So I'm just on here for the Twitter folk to make it more convenient. Everybody else on YouTube is the one that's really supporting the chat. So at least on Twitter, y'all please hit that little heart button, man. Okay, hit the heart button. It ain't gonna hurt you. It ain't gonna hurt you over there on Twitter. It ain't costing you not a thing. Respect the house when you walk in. Please hit the like button. Roger Hawk Walker said, "Nice job, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. We trying to do what's right in boxing. So I'm gonna do some lobbying today. OG, you have to set up your Twitter account to receive donations. I don't know. I don't have enough. I don't think I have enough followers. I don't think I have enough followers on Twitter. I think I only got like 3,000 people that follow me on Twitter. I think in order to do that, you got to get to 10. But I haven't looked at it. But I think you got to get it to 10. But I'll look at it. I'll look at it eventually. What's going on, Larry Williams? I'm late to the party. What's the date of the Tank Martin fight? My thing is, when are you going to announce it? I heard on Twitter that they were going to announce it this week. Formally announce it this week. Because what are we in March? It's April, May, June. So 3 months away. It's time to announce it. It is definitely time to announce it. Oh, yeah, you need that samurai going. My bad. Hold on a second, man. I'm out here looking raggedy. Give me 1 second. I'm out here looking raggedy. Yeah, my wife got me out here looking raggedy. Got a box full of papers that we need to shred. Timothy Stoudemire, I think they making sure the undercard is super fire before they announce it. Okay. Yeah, man. Come on, man. Because we don't want to do that. Let me see. How's these tickets going? Come on, Dev. Let's get these tickets going. Man, seriously, positive. I'm putting positivity out there for Devin. Ooh, them prices. Them prices looking a lot more reasonable. Them prices out here looking a lot more reasonable. Them prices looking, oh no, they ain't looking reasonable. You still got $1,000 tickets for anywhere near the floor. 20 plus tickets sold in the last day. Tickets are going up. They sold 20 tickets in the last day. So getting better. Come on now. Little, you know what I mean? Little. Houston gonna sell out like immediately. If they're in Houston, that shit's gonna sell out like immediately. There's that link, bro. That wasn't bad. What is that, Timothy Stoudemire? Wasn't bad. 20? I mean, when it was 0 some days, 20 starts looking good. When you ain't making no money, 20K looking like a lot. Ooh-wee. Like, hey, man. Merch is dumb. Don't take merch is dumb serious, man. Richard Paris said the PBC dots all the I's and crosses all T's before they announce them. Yeah, they're very detailed. They're very detail oriented. They're very detail oriented. I'm gonna be right in them seats in Houston. Hey, man. Woo-wee. I see Tank struggling to catch Frank. No, I don't. I see those guys fighting each other. For sure. I see Frank fighting that dude. I see Frank ain't running. Frank Martin ain't running. Frank better not run. Running don't help. Running ain't going to help. You know what I mean? Running ain't going to help. Ooh-wee. Running ain't going to help. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt he's gonna run for. I think that's gonna be fireworks, man. I think that's the best chance for Frank is fireworks. It's fireworks. Really, it is. Because I don't think he's gonna outbox Gervonta. You best not run. Don't run. Don't run now. Don't run. Don't run like Claymore. Don't run. Man. Don't run. But man, seriously, man, let me get back to this lobbying for Jaron Ennis. I know y'all don't like this. But man, I want to see the best fight the best. I don't know whether it's in Houston or not. I'm just going off of what people are saying. I don't know this to be true. Thurman was not allowed to fight for the WBO because he's not ranked with them. Fundora is not ranked with the WBO either. Yeah, but see, here's the thing. It's a unification fight because of the vacant belt, Aisha. They're bringing in taller sparring partners for Tim. I see those sparring partners. Man, you can't spar. You're 11 days away from the fight. What you sparring for? Better not spar. Man, get your ass cut 11 days before the fight. You better chill out. You better chill out and sit down and be like, oops, I made a mistake. That's all. I was told it was weird. He hit the link like 2 times a day. What is this? I told y'all it was weird. He hit the link like 2 times a day. Oh, dude, of course he was. Man, I already knew what they was doing. They trying to get their name. You know what I mean? They trying to get their name out there. They trying to get their name out there. That's why I put their name out there. Hey, Keith said, Fanon, you right, Fanon. Running ain't gonna work. You gonna run right into something nasty. Exactly. Especially since Gervonta's got a ticket for runners. Gervonta's got something he does with runners. Yellow Boy, how can I help you, sir?
Hey, good morning to you, Fanon.
Good morning.
Hey, man, I was listening to you earlier about the WO and all that type of stuff with Terence Crawford. Hey,
Yes, sir.
He can do this if he did at the WO, like Tim Tszyu decided to drop the belt, whatever the case might be. Crawford, he can do the same thing Devin Haney did with being the 47 WBC champion. He can move up and get mandated for that belt too.
For the WBC at 168?
154.
Who?
Crawford could.
Crawford, no, because there is no super champion with the WBC. That would be the franchise champion, and he's not the franchise champion.
How did Haney do progress at 140?
He just moved up and asked for the fight, and they allowed it. Now he wasn't the mandatory.
Okay,
the only person that can move up and do that for the WBC is if you're the WBC franchise champion. That allows you to do that. See, the WBC franchise champion is like a combination of the WBA super champion and the WBO super champion. Because the WBO super champion can move up and fight, become the mandatory in the weight class above and below. But the WBC and the WBA super does not have a mandatory. But the WBO super champion does have mandatories. So the WBC franchise is just like they just did both of those. But no, Terence Crawford cannot become the mandatory for the WBC just by moving up.
Well, I would think it would be in the best interest of the PBC to make that fight happen for the simple reason Jamel Charlo, he's still in recess. He's still, if Terence Crawford beat Tim Tszyu, he can request that fight with being in recess because he's champion in recess.
But that's probably not going to be the best for Terence. That's not the best for the PBC because Terence Crawford's not with the PBC.
But if he would have to give Jamel that fight though, he still would have to get it.
No, he wouldn't. Dude, Terence Crawford is funny business, bro. Terence Crawford will drop a belt. Terence Crawford just dropped the belt. Jaron Ennis was the mandatory for Terence Crawford, and Terence Crawford had no intention on fighting him. That's why he got stripped. Terence Crawford didn't drop the rest of the belts, but Terence was very clear. He's not fighting Keith Thurman. He's not fighting Danny Garcia. He said he's not fighting Jermell Charlo. He wasn't going to fight Jaron Ennis. With Terence Crawford, you don't know what he's going to do. He may retire.
Or he might request to be the, if he wins, he requests to be the super champion at 154 and move up to 160 and fight Janabek.
But Janabek is over there at top rank. That's not a PBC fighter.
I know. Bob said he still will work with Terence in the future. I don't think he was.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That does not help. That doesn't help the PBC if Terence Crawford is going to say, okay, I'm going to win the W. Say Tim Tszyu wins and he's the WBA and the WBC champion. Terence Crawford fights him, beats him, and now Terence is the WBC and the WBC and the WBO champion. And then he decides he's not going to fight with the PBC anymore.
Okay, if he dropped the belt, then you still got Jermell Charlo as the champion in recess.
Yeah, I'm saying, but what if Terence Crawford doesn't want to fight him? That doesn't help the That doesn't help the PBC. It helps Bud.
What I'm saying is, if Bud dropped the belt, if he dropped the 154 belts, the WBC and the WBO, and he moved up to 160, well, Jermell Charlo is the champion recess, so that belt automatically going back to the PBC.
No, it's not. No, it doesn't. But if it automatically goes back, if he drops it, why fight him? Why let him have it to begin with? Why not keep it? You already have it. He has it with Tim. They have it with Tim Tszyu, and they got it with Fundora. It's going to be one or the other. Are going to own both of those. Fighting Terence Crawford for Tim Tszyu means Terence Crawford is probably going to win that fight. If I'm the PBC, I'm like, no, because Terence is not reliable. If Terence was reliable, yes. Terence was reliable, yes. If Terence Crawford was somebody you knew was going to fight on a PBC card next, and after that, absolutely, yeah, because it's a win-win. But since Terence is somebody that is not prone to be reliable, no, man, you want something that's predictable.
What if he can pull a Canelo? 2-fight
What do you
deal?
say?
What if he can pull a Canelo? 2-fight deal, 3-fight deal, whatever the case might be, and he gets to pick what the list of fighters.
Dude, Terence ain't no Canelo. The thing with Terence is Canelo's Canelo. Like Terence Crawford, I'm telling you, man, if you listen to Leonard Ellerby, who was talking about Canelo fighting Terence Crawford, was like, man, that's not a big fight. It's like that's not a big fight.
What
Dude,
I'm saying, contract-wise, if he can sign with PBC, if they can get that fight with Tim Tszyu, that'd be the first fight. With two more extra fights,
he's not going to fight. He's not signing with him, though. That's my point. Terence Crawford is not signing him, and I don't even know if the PBC wants to sign him because they don't think he's a big draw.
If he win, it'd be 4 division champ, unified, lineal, 2 undisputed.
It's the money. It's the money. Terence Crawford versus Errol Spence did the numbers they thought it would do. They weren't overwhelmed by the pay-per-view sales on that. That they got outsold or as sold as much by Canelo Alvarez versus Jermell Charlo. Terence Crawford, if Terence Crawford was with the PBC and PBC felt like they could continue to profit into the future, I'm sure they would make all kind of fights for him. But as long as Terence Crawford says that I'm an independent, I'm not signing with the PBC. I don't trust the PBC. And he plays games like trying to force mandatories with PBC fighters by going to the WBO for super champ. I just don't think they're going to do it. I mean, I could be wrong, but I know Bob Arum wouldn't do it. I know Eddie Hearn wouldn't do it. That's what they wouldn't do it. They're not throwing away their future champions for a 37-year-old unpredictable 37-year-old guy that is more than likely going to beat them. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Tim Tszyu is about, what is Tim Tszyu? 27, 28 years old?
Yeah.
Right? 27, 28 years old. He's got another 8 years left. You got Sebastian Fundora's around the same age. He got another 8 years left. And you're going to have Terence Crawford, who is 37 years old and unreliable and not a draw, come and beat my fighter. So now I don't have a Tim Tszyu anymore. I don't have a Sebastian Fundora anymore. He's going to take the belts and go over there to wherever. That seems to me that Terence Crawford needs to do something to make it worth the PBC's time to do that. Don, click the link, bro. That's not a duck, dumbass. I'm talking, stupid. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I'm not calling you. Bro, we're talking boxing politics, bro. Ain't nobody even decided to do anything. So get the duck shit out of my face, bro. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, okay, if you was in Crawford's shoes, what would you do? At 36, you can force the mandatory as a super champion. What would you do if you was in his shoes?
Fight. I would stay where I am right now and try to get a rematch with Errol Spence. I would try whatever I can to get that rematch with Errol Spence is what I would do. I would act like, yeah, Errol was injured. Errol wasn't right. I want to rematch Errol. I wanted it 154. I'm going to take whatever money it is, reasonable money for the fight, and I would fight Errol Spence Jr. again. I would beat Errol Spence Jr. again, and I would collect that payday. And after I've collected that payday, then I would say, I want Jermell. And I would try to get myself in position to fight Jermell. And if you can get the fights at 154 and you do that at 54, that's cool too. But his biggest money that he's going to get is Errol. That's the biggest fight that's going to be there, reasonable for him. But if you ask me what I think he's doing, I think that he is looking at all of his different options, and he is trying to put him in a position to have more than one option. So he talked about a fight with him and what's that guy's name? Chris Eubank, right? So they put that out there about Chris Eubank. He's talking about fighting Canelo. He's talking about fighting Tim Tszyu. He's giving himself more options. But I think his best option is the one guy that really wants to fight him, who is Errol in a rematch. And if he can get him, then try to get Jermell. Try to get Jermell, because Jermell is somebody later in his career too. And the PBC may be more willing, and that's a bigger fight too. It's a bigger fight than Tim Tszyu. This idea that Tim Tszyu is some big draw, from the outside looking in, and this is all speculation outside looking in, Tim Tszyu does not seem to me to be some big draw, because I don't think he's filling up stadiums and a whole bunch of people, bunch of casual boxing fans know who he is and all of that. I think Terence Crawford could probably get 500,000 pay-per-views out of Jermell Charlo. I think he can probably get 600,000, another 600,000 pay-per-views with Errol Spence. And he can probably get favorable terms where those guys can make some money. But Jerron, if I was Terence Crawford, I would stay away from Jerron. I agree with it. If I'm Terence, I am staying away from Jerron, because that's an ass whooping waiting to happen. That's a fuck up waiting to happen right there. No joke. That's a fuck up waiting to happen.
I think he gonna drop the belts. I don't see him going back to 147. He done gained too much weight now. He looking like he around about 175, 180 walking around. I don't see him going back to
worse than that.
I don't know why.
Worse than that weight gain. Worse than that weight gain is the guy that's waiting there for him. Telling you, man, they don't want to fight guys that young, man. You don't want to be that. You don't want to be the 37-year-old jumping on the basketball court, and all of a sudden you're like, God, dog, these kids are fast. You don't want to do. He don't want to be that dude.
I think he should go if he can get the fight with whoever the winner is for the next match with Tim Tszyu or Fedor. Beat them, set up a match with Spence with the belts on the line. Get Spence that opportunity like Spence gave him. Because at one point, Spence was the number 3 in the WBC ranking at 154 once that fight was over with. I don't know where the WBC got to rank that now at 154. But they had him at number 3. After he lost his belts to Crawford, they had him at number 3 in the WBC at 154. That was this summer, though. I don't know where they got him at now.
Yeah, and now I'm telling you, and again, that's another reason. That's another reason if I was a PBC, I'm not giving Terence shit. Because I got Jerron in it. I got Errol. If Errol comes back and Errol wants to fight for those belts, that's a matchup for Errol. That's a chance to rebuild Errol, somebody that is on my roster. Not just like Bob Arum said, why would I be out here looking for fights for Gervonta Davis? I'm out here looking for fights for Shakur Stevenson. I'm out here looking for fights for Lomachenko, because those guys are signed out. Those guys are signed with me. Why would Al Heyman and the PBC be out there looking for fights for Terence Crawford? They're out there looking for fights for Errol. for Danny Garcia, for the guys that are Terence Crawford's age that sell just as much as Terence Crawford does, but have been loyal to them for years. It just doesn't make any sense to fuck with Bud, because Bud will win. It's just like, it doesn't make sense. That's almost like Lomachenko. It's like, hey, we've got a really good prospect at 135. Let's throw him in there with Lomachenko. For what? You know, that shit, that doesn't make sense. D-Town Funky, you're out of my face, bro. Fuck out of here, bro.
Hey, you know, Tim want that fight, though. Tim want to fight Crawford.
Yeah. Hey, let me let you go, bro, because we're on our third discussion, Yellow Boy. I'll get back with you, sir.
All right, no problem. Go ahead.
What?
I said, go ahead.
All right, man. Get back.
All right, man.
Yeah, D-Town Funky, I'm tired of that shit out you. Okay? Like, for real. Nobody Arrow don't catch strays. I like Arrow. You sit up there telling me, if you told me that Terence Crawford's a trash-ass fighter and he's whack, I'd throw your ass out for that too. We're not in the mood to do all of that stuff, man. We're talking boxing politics right now, and I don't mind talking about boxing politics. It's fun to me. But you guys acting like this shit doesn't really exist. This is not duck talk. I'm talking to you from the percentage of you. If you owned a business, what would you do? What would you do? If your goal is to make money for your promotional company or for your platform, you're not going to throw your best fighters away. You're not throwing belts away. You're not taking chance. You're not going to throw Terence Crawford in there with, Erickson Lubin. If you talk about him fighting Erickson Lubin, yeah. Erickson Lubin is later on in his career too. Erickson Lubin is about 30 years old. And Erickson Lubin that's a fight they would give him. But Tim Tszyu, when you're trying to make a name for Tim Tszyu, come on, man. Why would you do it? Just like I'm telling you, man, playing that WBO game, trying to insert yourself in there, bro, keep the belt, Bud. And then Bud ain't going to care about the WBO. Bud will just turn the fight down and say, fuck the WBO. Bud ain't loyal. You know Bud ain't loyal. You know he ain't loyal. Yeah, he's been fighting. He just, no, I'm talking about, I knew he's closer to 30. He's been in some wars. They'll give him they'll give him Erickson Lubin. Fight Erickson Lubin for a reasonable amount of money. I'm sure they'll do business with him, but man, I'm telling you, if it was me, hell no. Man, hell no. Were you trying to get slick? But see, I'm just against getting slick. And that shit WB do, you played your hand too hard. Paco! You tried to stand in the way of the fight. And then what if Tim Tszyu would have said, I'll drop the belt. Fuck you, WBO, and I'll go over here and fight for the WBC. No worries. Strip me. What you going to do? What you going to do? You're going to tell me that I'm not the WBO champion? If I fight this guy for his belt and I don't fight for your belt, you're going to strip me? Keep your belt. I'm about to get this payday on March 30th, though. See, that's why I'm talking about what's your best alternative. The WBO wasn't even in a good position strategically to say that shit Paco said. Come on, Paco. No, that was not a smart move, man. They're not. Who's going to strip Bud? Man, these dudes ain't about to strip Bud. These dudes are waiting for that Spence fight. That's what I would say. Bud trying to follow that. No, but Bud actually, B-Hop did not. Bud, no. This guy made a smart move. B-Hop was smart. B-Hop signed up with Oscar De La Hoya. B-Hop said, hey, Oscar, we can make this money together. I'm going to punch you in your rib, lay your ass down. We're going to make a bunch of money. I'll fight under your banner. And Oscar De La Hoya had a network to fight on for the rest of his career. Bunch of money he made with Oscar De La Hoya. Even though Oscar De La Hoya is on, whatever Oscar De La Hoya is on, Bernard Hopkins has been there the whole time. The entire time. Cool with, know how to play the position. Knows how to play the position. He's not with B-Hop Promotion. He's with Golden Boy Promotions. Bernard Hopkins was a very, very intelligent man. And not overly arrogant and egotistical. God dog, man. T. Orlando, you are vicious. Yeah, he hit him in that rib. Lay down, bro. Lay down. Lay your ass down. What's going on? What's going on, AM Sports Media? B-Hop a side chick, man. Come on, man. Why you doing B-Hop dirty, bro? Why you doing B-Hop dirty? He a side chick, man. Come on, man. He's smart. Terence need to be a side chick. Terence, because Terence ain't gonna be the lead. He need to be a side dude. You tripping. You needed to strike a deal with Arrow, man. They could have made money together. Together. With Jermel. And he's fickle. Hey, I want to fight Terence. Oh, I don't want to fight him. I'm going to fight him. I'm not, man, I don't even know what you're going to do. What you going to do? Whatever you say you're going to do, say it. Do it. You said he knows how to play his role. That's a good side chick. Man, I don't know anything about side chicks. I don't know anything about side chicks. Never had one, don't want one. Don't got one. Don't want one. Bubbly water. This is water. Bubbly water, orange flavor. I need some flavor in my life. Allegedly. No, honestly, I don't need no side chick, dog. I'm good. I'm straight. Couldn't afford one if I wanted one. If I wanted one, I couldn't afford one. I'm not like you, big baller. I'm not like you, big baller. Yeah, that's stress. Yeah, I don't need that stress in my life. Hell no. I do not need that stress in my life. Timothy Stoudemire, I was one of Bug's biggest supporter, but he lost me when he said he will stay at 147 for Tank, but not for Boots. Of course he'll fight Boots. Of course he'll fight Terence. He'll fight Gervonta at 147. Gervonta's not stupid, though. Man, look at the numbers when you're not talking. Hey, can everybody take a note of something? Please notice how many people there are here when I'm not talking about Devin Haney. I'm not talking about him. And I'm not stressed. I don't have a headache. There's not buffoons clicking the link. Well, a certain buffoon tried to get on like 5 or 6 times. But, he's a buffoon and doesn't know how to hide. He's a buffoon that doesn't know how to hide. Dog, I'm trying to tell you, it's not something, dog, it's not something a lot, dude. It's a fun topic. You can go some hours talking about it. You really can. You can, hey, man, Tank is my guy. Hey, man, merch is dumb. You about to click. I'm about to clip you pretty soon, right? Did I get Big Keith? Yes, I did. Oh, so you're right, Fanon. Running ain't going to work because you're going to run right into something nasty. Yeah. Well, no, that's where I was. Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I was talking about. Gervonta Davis actually has a topic. Gervonta Davis actually knows how to deal with people that run. He will not follow you. He'll make you come forward. He'll go backwards. That's the real problem between Gervonta and these other guys. Gervonta's smarter. I think Gervonta's actually more intelligent. People act like it's brute force. I don't think it's all brute force. I think he's smarter. I think he's more of a natural fighter, and I think he's smarter. When he goes backwards and makes people follow him, that's what he'll do if you run. He's not going to keep chasing you. He'll just stand there, or he'll take steps back and be like, okay, well, that's what he did to Francisco Fonseca. When Fonseca wouldn't engage, he just was like, all right, what you want to do? I'm going to back up. I'm not going to keep running after you. You know what I mean? We got 900 people in the building, just so you know. 900. Hey, man, screw the lights. Support the channel, man. Put some color in the chat. Support and keep the lights on. The numbers mean absolutely nothing, even though I do appreciate you guys coming by. I do. Hey, for now, we talking some good boxing without mentioning dude. Oh, for sure. Francisco Fonseca. Ha, 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 ha. Why do you find that funny? You guys are some more, man, God dog. What's so funny about that, man? Does that mean Tank's not good at cutting off the ring, though? Why would you think one means the other? Why would you think that one means the other? Why would one mean the other? Why, if he has an answer for running, which means he'll take a step back from guys that are running, why does that mean he can't cut off the ring? The two are not mutually exclusive. Two are not mutually exclusive. It's a different way to solve the same problem. If you highlight somebody moving around by just slowing down and inviting them to come forward, hey man, AM Sports Media, brother. Thank you, man. Big time support, man. Make sure y'all go subscribe to AM Sports Media. Gotta show my guys some love. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, AM Sports Media. Thank you, sir. Hold on, and I see you, Big Dre. Hey, what's going on, Phoenix Assassin?
Hey, how's it going, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Man, I think the conversation so far today has been pretty good. Because like,
hey, I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you fine. But yeah, like I know I've said it a few times before, but I think that the politics behind fights happening in boxing is something that a lot of boxing fans should be aware of, because it's not the same as team sports, like the NFL or the NHL, MLB, NBA, where they have a season, they have their opposing teams lined up, they know the schedule and everything, and that's it. It's a lot different with boxing, because you have to have these negotiations. You have to have the fighters coming to the table and seeing what they're going to get for the fight, what the terms of the fight are, and everything else. So it's not the same as these team sports where you already know, like, okay, this is who's playing against who on this date, this is who's playing who on this date, this is when they have a bye week, this is when the end of the season is, or the playoffs or whatever. This is the off season. This is the preseason. We don't have that in boxing. It's year after year after year. And too many people think that whenever we talk about these things, like I heard you mentioning to the other guy before, like, it's not duck talk. And that's the problem here. These are real things that fighters have to consider. These are things that the promoters have to consider. These are things that managers of these fighters have to consider. Everybody who's a fighter, from the beginning of when fighters started getting paid and everything, like, this has been going on from the get-go. So it's not just something people pull out the air because they don't want to see the fight. And that's the problem a lot of so-called boxing fans have. They confuse understanding what has to happen for fights to take place, or what the most likely situations are, as an excuse for not wanting to see the fight. And I feel like that's a problem in general in everyday life. People don't understand that you have to look at the reason behind things happening or not happening, and gain an understanding of it. And when you have that understanding, it brings some clarity. But there are some people who just want to fight against it, don't want to pay attention to it, act like, they can stick their head in the sand and it'll all go away. And that's why I appreciate your channel and other channels who cover that stuff, because, the more boxing fans understand this, then I feel like, the more they can gain an appreciation for the sport, beyond just what the fighters do in the ring, because the fighters got to do more than get in there and fight. They got to worry about this stuff. They got to do this with the training camps, whatever other promotional obligations they have, from press conferences to appearances, if they have those, and everything else. So I just wanted to go ahead and say, thank you for covering that, because that is something that not enough people who watch the sport pay attention to.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, Phoenix the Assassin.
Yeah, yeah. Then I also wanted to touch on, like, right before I hopped on, I heard you mentioning about, cutting off the ring versus slowing down and everything like that. And yeah, like, those ain't mutually exclusive. That's why I have appreciation for Tank as a fighter, because I didn't really think that he was too great until he had knocked out Leo Santa Cruz, and I was like, okay, let me go back, because I went back after he fought Leo Santa Cruz and decided, let me go pay more attention to his fights. I think the first time I saw him fight, or the first time I bought one of his fights, because I normally caught him at a friend's house. The first fight of his that I actually watched the card, or bought the card, was the one where I think it was the Fonseca fight, where he came out with like the Cookie Monster outfit, had the puffy blue on it. He had his hands behind his back and it dropped him, and that was the first fight from his that I caught. And then went back on YouTube, pulled up the rest of them, and yeah, Tank is an all around fighter. Like, he really is. He's somebody who can fight on the inside, somebody who can fight on the outside. He can fight going backwards. We've seen him, his last Ryan Garcia and uh Raleigh, hit them while he was going backwards. We seen with Hector Garcia and Mario Barrios. He stopped them while he was coming forwards. And people misunderstand, like, when a fighter is able to do that stuff, it's not necessarily that they're not cutting off the ring, because sometimes they don't want to cut off the ring. Sometimes they want to force the person to keep on moving, so they tire out, and then so they'll pick and choose when they cut off the ring and when they let them off the ropes. And then also, stopping to come backwards. It's all mental games whenever a fighter is actually able to do those things effectively, because then the opponent don't know which way to go. And if they're not paying attention, they end up getting more tired than they expect to, because staying in someone's face like
Hey,
that,
bro, we getting
that
real
puts pressure
technical,
on them.
brother.
Yeah, I'll just close it off with that. But yeah, it's a really intricate thing, and so, like, at least for me, it's fun. It's fun to see, and I know that, if Echo were on here, he probably agree with you, or anyone else who's been in the ring or trained other fighters. Like, it's fun because it's like chess. But yeah, I just want to go ahead and touch on that a little bit, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
for
so
sure,
much.
for sure.
All right, bro. We'll get
Take it
back.
easy, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, T. Orlando, man. I'm sorry I had to clip you. Bop, bop. Can't be yawning. You violated the yawn, dog. If you sleepy and tired, you gotta go find something to do. I know you got something else to do if you that tired. Man, don't disrespect the caller like that, man. Frank is not a duck fight. It's not. It's what is this? What? You guys look. First of all, dog. Let's not talk about all this ducking. I'm talking about dumb shit, not ducking. Okay, dumb shit, not ducking. The fact of the matter is, you do have a business that people are running. Okay, it's just a fact. And if we want to talk about what is gonna happen, you cannot avoid the damn business. It counts. Okay, it counts. You think some shit's gonna happen, and I'm sitting in, yo, what's gonna do? Look, man, I got beef. Okay, let me tell you what I got a beef with. I got a beef. Hey, love the channel. Hey, Ash, thank you, Mr. Ash. Said, love the channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you for that $5 holler. Thank you for that support, for real, because that's how we're able to do it. Really and truly. It's a color in the chat and the Cash App that keeps it going. Everybody else lying about that, dog, ain't on. I ain't gonna hate on you, dog, today. I ain't gonna throw a dart at your ass today. As long as you ain't throwing darts at me. Stop that dart throwing shit. Boxing is the business first and sports second, just like every other sport. Well, truly, the way that I will say it is that business, man. Is business. And if we want to talk about the fights that are going to actually get made and put the pressure in the right place, if you don't understand how these things are operating, you can't put the pressure in the right place. You can't solve the problem if you don't know what the problem is. He said, I'm going to play that clip when I leave Insomnia. Hey, T. Orlando, that was a short break, dog. T. Orlando got the short breaks. Big Dre said, just a little color. Thank you, Big Dre. You're always a big supporter. Thank you, brother. So this is why I like to talk about it. Because you got to put the pressure where the pressure needs to be in order for you to get what you want. There's a lot of dumb shit people do. Saying things, doing things that make it more difficult for things to get done. And you run around like Devin Haney fans. Don't leave the chat because I mentioned him. You all run around calling a bunch of people ducks for the stupidest fucking reasons. And if you call them ducks for a stupid reason, nothing gets solved because they can't change it. You accuse them of ducking for a reason. But if the reason isn't really why the fight didn't take place, your criticism is completely unproductive. You're not making a difference. You're not helping the best fights get made. If you say, "Oh, Gervonta, Shakur Stevenson's ducking Gervonta's ducking Shakur Stevenson." Why? Because Shakur said he wanted to fight him, and Gervonta hasn't sent him an offer yet. Send an offer to who? Send an offer to Shakur. How's he supposed to send Shakur's got another fight scheduled. Shakur's under contract with Top Rank. Well, so what? You know, the promoters work for the fighters. No, they don't. Yes, they do. The promoters work for the fighters. If the fighters tell the promoters to make the fight, then the fight gets made. Isn't that what Terence Crawford used to say? If the fighters really want the fights, then the fight gets made. That's what he said. Well, then why did you turn around and sue Bob Arum for not getting the fight done with Errol Spence then? Because that's not true. Because what you said is not true. The promoter does not work for the fighter. I don't care how many times people say that stupid shit. As a practical matter, that is not true. Bob Arum does not work for Shakur Stevenson. Does not. Okay? Bob Arum does not work for Teofimo Lopez. He does not. He may have responsibilities associated responsibilities that he owes to Shakur Stevenson. He may have obligations to Teofimo Lopez. He may have responsibilities associated with them, but they don't work. He doesn't work for them. Not in any real practical sense. If Bob Arum does not want a fight to be made, then that fight more than likely ain't going to get made. The only way that you can get around it is have a mandatory ordered. Have a mandatory ordered and then get somebody else to try to outbid Bob Arum for the fight that you have to have in order to defend your title. You know, kind of like the WBO just tried to do to Tim Tszyu. Force Tim Tszyu into a fight that may not be on the PBC by insisting that he fights Terence Crawford, who's not with the PBC. See how how'd that game end up with Teofimo Lopez? The guy, Thriller, who bid on it, didn't wind up paying. He wound up also having a very long layoff. And then the second bidder, who was Matchroom, wound up paying for the fight. He didn't make all that money he thought he was going to make. And Bob Arum didn't have to pay anything for the fight. And then what happened? Teofimo Lopez wound up right back over at Top Rank, rebuilding with Bob Arum. But these are things that are really going on if you pay attention. They're really going on. They really matter. Just claiming, oh, the reason Devin wants all the fights. Why do you think Devin wants all the fights? Because Devin's the one I hear calling for him. Devin's always saying, I want to fight this guy. I want to fight that guy. I want to fight this guy, that guy, this guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy, that guy. I want to fight everybody. And none of these guys all fought me at the same time. Well, I guess they're all ducking them. No. How? So you want to sign a 3-fight deal with Top Rank, but you want to fight the guy over here at PBC? You sign a multi-fight deal with somebody over here in DAZN, but you're really trying to fight the Top Rank guy that's on ESPN? You may want it, but you're not in position to get it. And you're because you want it, but you're not in the position to get it. You guys inundate and call everybody else a duck because the other boxers can't figure out how to fly. Devin said he wants to fight where? In the middle of the air, 30 feet in the middle of the air. Well, why aren't you floating up there? Devin said he wants to float up there and fight in the middle of the air like a bird. Well, I'm sorry, I can't fly and neither can Devin. Devin can want that all he wants, but it's not going to happen. Okay? The reality, the logistics actually matter. The logistics actually matter. What up, L. Grayson? What up, Fanan? What up, OG? I'm chilling, brother. What's going on? He said, Big L, Brooklyn, Bushwick in the building. Shout out, man. Shout out. Said they plan on never negotiating with Shakur and some fan. I mean, of course, because they're not going to fight him because they can lose. Why would he do it? That's be a dumb move to fight Shakur Stevenson. But they understand it now because what did he say? There's nothing in it for me. What if there's nothing in it for Bob Arum? Will the fight take place? What if there's nothing in it for Tank? Because there's nothing in it for Tank to go to 140. There's nothing in it for him. Can anybody tell me what's in it for him? For Gervonta Davis to go fight somebody at 140? What's in it for him? What you going to give me for it? What you going to give me for it? What do I get for that? What value are you? Remember that conversation I had with the dude who wanted to change it into Sheikh a la Turkey, got all the money in the world. Man, you can. That motherfucker say legacy. Dog, you're going to have legacy anyway. You're going to have legacy. No matter what you do, you're going to have legacy. Respect. Oh, respect. Hey, T. Orlando, I need for you to represent me. I need you to represent me in a deal for no money. But you'll get respect. What are you going to pay me in? Respect, legacy. Respect, legacy. Oh, you've done your pro bono? That's your professional responsibility, T. Orlando. That's your professional responsibility, okay? Don't hit me with that pro bono shit. You have a professional responsibility to do pro bono work. You have a professional responsibility to do that. Fuck out of here. You have a professional responsibility to do pro bono work. And you're not getting legacy out of that shit either. You're getting fucking practice. There is a professional responsibility. Yes, there is. I didn't say there's a requirement. I said you have a professional responsibility. Okay? It's a matter of ethics. You need to give back to the community. Okay? You're supposed to, because they should be getting their representation for free anyway. If we weren't living in this fucked up capitalistic society. Okay? You are doing that to assuage your guilty ass conscience is what you're doing. What you're doing is what you're doing. What you're doing is trying to assuage your guilty ass conscience for getting over so many times on some innocent ass, getting some crooks off. Okay, don't tell me I know. Don't tell me I know. Anyway, like I said, what's in it for me? Okay, what's in it for him? What additionally is in it for him? Of course I do. Why would you not really feel that Shakur earned a fight with Tank? Of course I do. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I believe that he earned it? Of course he earned it. Without a doubt he earned it. That's not even a question. That is easy. Hey, thank you, man. Rashad, thank you, brother. Thank you, sir. I'm not going to help you with it if you... No. He's a WBC world champion at 135, man. God dog. No, I'm not going through that, man. If you don't understand that, that's on you, okay? No. Matter of fact, let me look at you. You need to get... I think you're manipulating me. I allow people to manipulate me sometimes because, you know, it is what it is. I don't really mind, to tell you the truth, sometimes that I know what you're doing. But sometimes when you get cute, you get a little too cute. When you get a little too cute, a little too cute, when you get a little too cute, oh, you've been around here for a while. All right, you're a real person. No, you're a real person. I checked. Of course he earned it. He's a WBC world champion in the same division that Gervonta Davis is, the WBA world champion. It's a unification fight. He's earned it. Hey, man, I know a lot of lying pastors. Just because you're a pastor doesn't mean you're an honest man. No, no, no. But I did answer your question because they're champions in the same division at the same time. So that's why. They're champions at the same time. But you are okay. Apparently no Shakur fight. Apparently only Shakur gets to fight Tank Fanon. No one else. Frank's not supposed to. I mean, no, Frank gets to fight him too. They're all in the same division. I'm going to tell you who doesn't deserve a fight with him. Devin doesn't deserve a fight with him. That's who doesn't deserve the fight. Devin. And I can tell you why. I gave you my opinion. There you go. I was just making sure because you put a lot of chats, you put a lot of texts in a row, and I hadn't seen you before. But I appreciate you, brother. That's who doesn't deserve it because he no luck. Once you, just like, you know, when you quit a job, you don't deserve to get paid. When you quit a job, you don't deserve to get paid. Devin left the weight class. He doesn't deserve the fight. He left. Sorry. You are a great employee until you left. And when you left, that's it. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Bro, Shakur, 3 division. Yeah. Yeah, so that's just what it is. He left the division, so he doesn't deserve the fight anymore. Easy. Easy, 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 easy. Voluntary, exactly. He quit. He quit the weight class. You quit the weight class, you're over with. It's done. We don't have to do nothing with you. But you guys keep pushing it. You guys keep pushing it. All right. Nah, for 9, ain't nothing better than seeing Tank knock. No, but we should have stayed in the same weight class. He should have stayed in that weight class if that's what they wanted, but that's not what they wanted. It's make believe. They didn't want that because they would have stayed in the same weight class. And if they can't stay in the same weight class, then he's too big. So you don't deserve it. You don't deserve a fight with somebody that you're bigger than. You're not in the weight class. You know what I mean? Don't mess with Texas. What's up, man? Man, I hope we get Shakur Muratalla next. I think we could get Muratalla next. I think that would be a good fight. I'm looking forward to that. Or Zepeda. Either one. Those are both good fights. Those are both very good fights, man. They're both very good fights. He's too big for 135. Well, then you don't deserve the fight. What's the problem? You guys got some funny ass way of thinking. Let me ask you a question. Does Gervonta Davis deserve a fight with Monster Inoue at 135? Does he deserve a fight? Does Gervonta Davis deserve a fight with Monster Inoue? Huh? Does he deserve it? Does he deserve it? Tough question, huh? Does he deserve it? Does Alexander Usyk deserve a fight with Shakur Stevenson? Does he deserve it? Is it something should happen because that's what he deserves? What are you laughing about? They're not in the same weight class. What's the difference between 1 and 2? What's the difference? They're not in the same weight class. 1 division, 2 division, 5 divisions. What difference does it make? They're not in the same weight class. They're not in the same weight class. Does Tim Tszyu deserve a fight with Jaron Ennis? Does he deserve it? Has he earned a fight with Jaron Ennis? That's one weight class away. Has Jaron Ennis deserved? Hey, here, better yet, does Jaron Ennis deserve a fight with Devin Haney? Does he deserve it? Of course not. Vivian, you're going to leave. So what if he fought at 140? So what? That makes no difference. Go away. You guys got the worst fucking arguments for that kid. But anyway, I'm getting back onto this original discussion that people are actually want to talk about, and not this trash you guys bring into my day and you bring into my day every day. Man, that was short for you, huh? That was short. See you, Mr. Grice. I have no idea why you would say that. Yes, he did deserve it. He deserved the fight. I don't know what the fucking outcome. Did Terence Crawford deserve the fight? Yes, he did. Did Terence Crawford deserve to win the fight? Yes, he did. Now, did you deserve getting blocked? Yes, you did. Why can't we talk about because it doesn't matter. Mario Barrios didn't deserve the fight. He got the fight. He didn't deserve it. There was no impetus on Gervonta Davis to have to fight Mario Barrios. He decided to do it. It's not the same thing as earning it. He decided he was going to go up there and do it. That's it. You can get something that you didn't earn, and fights can take place that you didn't deserve. When you say, did somebody deserve it, you mean, what did they did something to earn it. Mario Barrios did not do anything to earn a fight with Gervonta Davis. Gervonta Davis asked to fight him, and he said yes. Just like you can go out on a date with a girl, that didn't mean you earned it. Did you earn the date? No. You asked her, she accepted, you went. The word deserve does not come into play just because something happens. Doesn't matter. I mean, he doesn't got to fight that guy at 140 pounds. Man, young, what the fuck? Go away. How about that? That doesn't make sense to me. Doesn't make sense to me. Anyway. And T. Orlando, you're better than that. You can talk about it. I just don't care. So what? I don't know if you noticed it. So that Mario Barrios is not the same person as Mario Barrios and the person you're talking about are two different people. Man, T. Orlando, hey, man, on the real, you need to live in reality, sir. You're just trolling, but I appreciate your trolling. Hey, thank you, Kim. Hey, Michael McCall. Hey, thank you, man. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate you for that $5 holiday. Thank you for your support, brother. Thank you. Really and truly, thank you. Click the link. I'm blocking anybody that brings that up if you don't listen to Tank. Thanks for fussing at me. No worries, man. My pleasure. I enjoy, hey, man, please forgive that little bit of an attitude that I have, or a lot of an attitude that I have. I have a lot of silly stuff that gets said to me like this. Gervonta has just as much to gain at 140 as he does to 130. So therefore, there's nothing. So he's not offering him anything, dummy. There's your answer right there. So you're not offering him anything. He has nothing to gain by going to 140 then. Listen to what you said, sir. Listen to what you said. Gervonta has just as much to gain. I didn't ask if he had just as much to gain. I asked what was in it for him. As in, what extra does he get? What are you going to give him for moving up there? If your answer is nothing, that's nothing. You mean that answer to that is nothing? Do you know what that means? Let me tell you what you got. That's a con job. I see you upper echelon. That's a con job. Let me give you another example of this same con. I have a store and you have a store. And I say to anybody, if you buy something from Sin Nada's store, I will match their price. I will match their price. That acts like you're doing something, right? You're not doing anything. That's nothing to that offer. Nothing. Absolutely nothing do I get out of that. Other than wasting my time and going to you. Because if I go to their store and they offer me it for $5, and then I go over to you and I say, hey, they said they would sell it to me for $5. And you say, okay, well, I'll sell it to you for $5. Why would I even waste my time going to you? I could have bought it for them and saved the walk. And on top of it, I would rather support them because they're going to give me a good deal from the beginning. And you got to be coerced into giving me a good deal. I don't even want to do business with you. If you say I will beat their price, then you're giving me something. If you say that you're going to beat the price, not match the price, beat the price. Beat it. You're going to get, oh, he's going to sell for $5. Oh, I'll sell it to you for $4. Okay. Well, then I get $1 for giving you my business. Okay? I get $1 for giving you my business. That's what's in it for me. For you to tell me that Gervonta has gains just as much, but not more, you're telling me that he might as well stay at 135 because he's got to pay a big price to get the same thing, doesn't he? Similar to me having to walk from one store to another store and spend the time and the energy to go to 2 stores instead of 1. Now Gervonta, for the same thing, has to give you all kind of extra weight. So he really loses something by doing it. I bet you didn't even think that through before you said it. I bet you didn't even think that through before you said it. I bet you thought you were saying something big, didn't you? No, that's not my point. Nah, bro, that was not your point, Senada. That was not your point. You were disagreeing with me. You said he had just as much to gain. And he's not gaining anything. He's losing. Because he's losing, the only person who would be gaining is the person at 135, 140. That's the only person gaining anything. You're not gaining anything. He already has it. Moving means that you're giving something up. Upper Echelon, how can I help you? Adewale M, what's up, brother?
What's going on, Mark? How you doing?
Man, I'm good, man. Just, sitting on the fence trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
Yeah, I'm trying to fake it till I make it. But I was gonna tell people, right? A lot of people like to criticize Tate. But if you look at it, Tate is one of the most complete fighters out there right now. And the people ask me how do I say that, right? He doesn't have to display it as much, but the man has an immaculate defense. He can fight off the front foot. He can fight off the back foot. He has an immense IQ. He can cut off the ring, or he can force you to force the fight. Like, Tate downloads data from as soon as the bell rings. Like I said, Frank Martin, he has 6 rounds to try to beat Tate, because after 6 rounds, it's going to be predictive programming, because Tate's going to know what he's going to do after that moment right there. Because Tate, he throws out shots, feints, and everything from the first bell. And he watches, and he gathers info. And he does stuff repetitively till he can get your patterns, because every boxer has a telltale or a nuance or something that they do repetitively. So after 6 rounds, Tate's done downloaded the data and input it into his CPU, and then he starts his attack. He starts his decimation of your defense. And a lot of people don't understand. Tate has a great jab. He has great defense, and he has one-punch knockout power. Like, he's a complete fighter, and he's fast. He got great stamina. He has great accuracy. He doesn't waste shots. Whenever Tate throws a punch, it means something. He's not wasting his energy. That's why his power can carry all the way to the end of the fight, because Tate has high cerebral activity, and he has punch placement, and he's always in great shape lately. And a lot of people hate on him because they see him and they see the dominance, and he's such a little guy. He's a little guy with a big stick, and that big stick comes through and he drops that boom on people. And a lot of people just don't get it, and a lot of people don't understand why he garners the attention that he brings, and why he could shut the party down and bring out the stars and everything, and they can't understand that because their favorite fighter can't. But we see when he broke his hand against Isak Cruz, we see that he has the defense and he has the IQ. And the man is amazing, dog. I hate to say it, but he's amazing. And he's done carried his power up to 4 divisions. And they continue to hate on him. But right now, looking up over the landscape, I really don't see nobody that's going to give him problems like that. Like, I feel like Shakur can a little bit, but I feel like, well, like he said, he does spar Shakur. He don't crack him. Like, Tate knows how to get there. He knows how to press the action. And Floyd told you once before. He says, it's going to come a time and place where you will have to just fight. Sometimes you just can't sit there and dodge a person the whole time. Sometimes you got to sit there You got to bite down and you got to fight, because you're going to have that one opponent that's just not going to let you get that off. You're going to have to throw blows. And I don't feel like nobody got the dog to sit there and go with Tank right now. Frank Martin's going to be a very great fight for as long as it lasts. We're going to have Cowboy versus Derek James. That's going to be amazing. We're going to have Tank going against a slick black fighter who they say he doesn't fight. And we're gonna have the best of the best. And then after he gets rid of Frank, I would like to see him versus a Pater, because that's another crossover fight. That's brown versus black. And those type of fights right there bring in a lot of moolah. And I feel like Zapata, because he has his own little following, that could be a $1 million pay-per-view fight if they promote it right. Like, I would like to see Tank versus either Zapata or Loma or Del Santos and Shakur. When he takes rid of all those right there at 135, I'll be happy right there. But what do you think about that, Bart?
Oh man, look, I'll take any of it, man. Honestly, I just think the big thing is getting the top rank of those guys to work together. But I like the fight, man.
Yeah, I'm through complaining about fights. As long as we can get them in the ring with somebody, I'm cool with it now, because a lot of people complain about the fights that the PBC put on, but we can watch the Zone, we can watch Top Rank, and these fights ain't even competitive. Like, we got daggone stars going against D cab drivers, D-level fighters. And it's funny how they don't complain. Like, Top Rank fights be so one-sided, and the Zone's fights be so non-essential. Like, you don't even really care about it. You don't even know who half the fighters is over there. But the PBC, they give you the best cards and everything, and people still complain. That's why I know you can't please everybody, because you can give everybody everything that they ask for, everything they want, and they will still find a reason to fucking complain. But that's all I got right there, man. I just want to get up here and holler at you real quick. But
well, thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Peace.
I'll get back with you, man. All right, man. Peace. Yeah, I didn't want to talk about a lot of tankiness. Hey, Greenville and Mike said, morning for 9 blessings, my brother. Y'all smash that like button. Yeah, please do smash that like button. And thank you for that support, bro. Means a ton. And okay, I got Mike. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Pastor Mike. Thank you, Pastor Mike. Said I was a pastor. That makes me honest. I don't know. I ran into, I spend a lot of time in the Baptist church now. I know some sneaky pastors, but you will keep me from cussing so much. People don't understand. Hey, look, I didn't really want to talk a lot about Tank, man. I didn't want to really talk about a lot about Tank today. I didn't really want, I take that back. The announcement I do want to talk about. Tank, I do want to talk about. I don't want to talk about him in connection with Devin Haney anymore, because that crap is already blown out the water. Y'all don't lie too many times. You lie too much. You just lie too much, man. And you guys have gone away, man. You guys have gone away. And to have me have to lose so many friends on this YouTube platform, and I'm talking about guys like Brian Dockery. You guys fill people's heads with so much nonsense that in order to get rid of the nonsense, man, it is a struggle, because you pour so much crap in the water. I'm telling you, if Devin Haney's a good dude, I think he's a good dude. I think he's a very good fighter. But you cannot tell me he's not bad, that what you guys are doing is not bad for boxing. It's absolutely terribly bad. You did Brian so dirty he was speechless. Man, you think that I'm getting mad at you, and I'm dude, you're just saying, you guys are just saying things that you shouldn't be put in a situation. You shouldn't be put in a situation where you have to unwind so much nonsense. It's just nonsense. And they're doing it to casual boxing fans. Casual boxing fans don't know the rules. What you're saying makes sense to them because you're saying it in a way where you really believe it. But when you really look at it, it's horse shit. And what difference does it make if you can win a debate if you're really just winning a debate with somebody because they can't prove that shit came from a horse? It's still bullshit. It's still horse shit. Even if you're sitting there talking to somebody that doesn't know it's horse shit, it's still horse shit. You know it's horse shit. You're selling horse shit. You're doing it. You know it. Stop doing it. And then I won't have to have a bad attitude with you. Okay? Because Clay-Mo, you were selling some horse shit, man. It was horse shit. I didn't have a disagreement. I had a back and forth with some people on Twitter yesterday. I can't remember the specific guy, but I was like, I didn't remember Jermell Charlo dropping out of a fight with Tszyu. And he said, yes, he did. He dropped out of the fight. They were supposed to fight in January. Jermell got injured, so the fight didn't happen. He pulled out of the fight. Oh, okay. I didn't remember that. Thank you. The conversation was that simple. It was that straightforward. Oh, thank you for updating me on the information. I had a conversation with Jake Donovan, and I was like, hey, didn't the WBC, didn't the WBO allow Lomachenko to fight for the vacant WBO belt when Mikey was a champion in recess? And Jake Donovan said Mikey Garcia was the champion emeritus, not the champion in recess. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to sit there and talk to Jake Donovan or talk to somebody else on Twitter if I'm incorrect about a fact and just keep saying over and over again, no, it's recess. No, it's recess. No, he's the champion in recess. He's the champion in recess. And keep saying it and saying it and saying it. And then after he shows me it's in recess, then I'm going to just keep saying that it was emeritus. I'm just going to keep saying recess. I'm just going to keep repeating it in front of other people because those other people may not go and look. That's what you guys are on. You guys are bad for boxing. You guys are bad for boxing. You fake like you don't know. How many times do we got to have a conversation about Teofimo Lopez being undisputed and point out to you the rules about the WBC? But you just don't care. Hey, well, no. We don't like it because I don't like it. Yeah, I don't care what you like and what you don't like. I don't care what you like and what you don't like. Whose vote is it? Who determines who the WBC champion is? It's Mauricio Sulaiman. What did Mauricio Sulaiman say? Mauricio Sulaiman said it is Teofimo Lopez. So whose decision is it? It's his. What did he say? Tio. So did he say Tio? No. Why? Because he changed his mind. But he changed his mind, right? Yeah, he changed his mind. So you don't count it because he changed his mind about whether you could transfer it? You guys are bad for the sport. Okay? You're bad for the sport because you add it's already confusing enough for you to make up confusion when there is none. You to make up confusion where there is none. What's Gervonta Davis's belt? He's the WBA world champion. No, he was elevated. No, he was not elevated. Yes, he was. No, he wasn't. He has the same title he always had. He was the WBA world champion. He was the WBA world champion since 2019. He's the WBA world champion now. How was he elevated when he had the same belt? How was he elevated? But that's what the WBA said. No, the WBA did not say he was elevated. The WBA said he's the sole champion. Sole means the only champion. The WBA explained it correctly. The WBA said since somebody vacated the WBA super, then now we are acknowledging that Gervonta Davis is the sole champion. They didn't say that they elevated him to that belt. You're making that up. And people would be less confused if you would just tell them what it is instead of trying to win debates by being in a dishonest fashion. In a dishonest fashion. I can win debates all day long if I just get to lie. I mean, I can win them all day long regardless. But if I was saying, hey, man, Jake Donovan is wrong. Mikey Garcia was the champion in recess. But no, Jake Donovan says no, he was the champion emeritus. All I got to do is go to Google and see, oh, champion emeritus, he's right. He's right. Does it make a difference, though? Not really. I think it's a distinction without a difference, but it is a distinction. So you acknowledge that the man is correct. But he never said anything else that I said was not true. The only thing that he said was, hey, man, I even hesitate to bring this dumb shit up. But it's emeritus. He was emeritus, not recess. Thank you. I had the same conversation with Dougie Fisher one time when Dougie Fisher said that what did they say? They did not change they did not change. Actually, who was it? The WBA did not decide to turn the fight with Christian Hamer and Tyson Fury into a no contest because they basically did a time served with him and allowed him not to have that go to no contest, even though it should have went to no contest. I can disagree with what Dougie Fisher's overall point is without saying that what the man said wasn't the truth, because what the man said was the truth. It's a fact. The problem with you guys is you don't want to tell people when the fact is a fact. Gervonta Davis was never Devin Haney's WBA, was never Gervonta Davis's WBC mandatory. He was never that. Devin Haney was never Lomachenko's mandatory for the WBC. Never. But you guys keep saying he's the mandatory. You keep saying it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, even though it's not true. You keep saying that Gervonta Davis was elevated. He's not elevated. That's not true. No matter how many times you say it. But when you say it, it adds confusion because you want to call Gervonta Davis an email champion. The only problem is he's not an email champion. He has the same email. He has the same champion he's always had. The only difference is that your guy dropped the belt. That's it. He dropped. This man did not get emailed a champion. He already had it. It's unfortunate that people made fun of somebody for being an email champion. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that somebody said you're an email champion because you didn't win it in the ring. Gervonta won that title in the ring. No, he was never an email champion. He won a vacant title. It's not an email championship. T. Orlando. He won the championship in the ring. He wasn't emailed anything. He was never emailed anything, T. Orlando. He beat Yuriorkis Gamboa in the ring to win that vacant title. That is not an email championship. Facts kind of hurt, don't they? Jabari said, hey, Fanon, my chat and super chats are blocked. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Hey, Jabari, click the link. Click the link, and I can unblock your channel. Thank you so much, Jabari. You got to give me your YouTube channel. So I can unblock you. No, the email, no, they didn't. Slum King, no. I'm going to tell you who started that. Canelo fans started that with Jermall Charlo. Canelo fans started that with Jermall Charlo by calling Jermall Charlo an email champion. Because he was given the title instead of having won the title. But nobody denied that Canelo was the champion. Nobody denied that Canelo was the champion. Never denied. Nobody ever denied that. But I will tell you that this thing with that would happen with Terence Crawford is an example of why Teofimo Lopez was the undisputed champion. According to the WBO. Let me turn this horse shit into some manure. Hey, please don't ask for wrenches, brother. You got to have somebody offer you a wrench. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's still Jermel. That's where it came from. It's just where it came from. That's where it came from. But let me turn this manure into horse shit. Let me turn this horse shit into some manure and use it to fertilize the conversation. Hey, no worries, man. Look, man. Did you hear that the WBO said they were not recognizing this vacant WBC title because they were recognizing the WBC champion in recess as the champion? Because they said that the WBC world champion was a secondary title. Would you like me to show you the tweet? Would you like for me to show you the tweet? Anybody wanted me to show you the tweet? Let me show you the tweet. Let me show you the tweet. Let me show you this tweet y'all not gonna like. Where's my guy, Jake Donovan? Jake Donovan. Good writer with ring. Good writer. Honest dude. I respect him a lot. Let's show you something. Watch this. And I challenge anybody to debate on this. You guys will not debate me on this. I know you will not. I know you won't. Oh, I'm definitely pulling receipts. I'm definitely pulling receipts. I'm pulling receipts for sure. Jake Donovan says, his original tweet, I'm going to read all these tweets. Tszyu has a new opponent March 30th, PBC on Prime main event. Sebastian Fundora elevated from UC. I don't know what that is. To replace injured Keith Thurman. From the undercard. Sebastian Fundora elevated from the undercard to replace injured Keith Thurman. Previous non-title fight to now come with Tszyu's WBO belt at stake, pending sanctioning body's approval. That plus more in my latest Ring Magazine article. Then Jake Donovan said, as I mentioned in my story, which was this story he's referring to on Ring Magazine, Tszyu Fundora will not magically become the WBO WBC unification bout. WBO still recognizes Jermell Charlo as WBC titleist and disallows unification with what they deem as secondary titles. Paco Varicel, Esquire, which is why I knew your ass was going to get up off this point, Paco. You are right, Jake. WBO recognized Charlo 154 champion in recess as champion, WBC champion. Now, can anybody tell me how that relates to Teofimo Lopez being the undisputed champion? Can anybody understand how that relates and smashes your dumbass arguments that you guys have been making at me for a while now? Anybody? That's Paco Varicel. Paco Varicel runs the WBO. Anybody? Any guess? Any guess what that has to do with me telling you that Teofimo Lopez was undisputed? Because they considered right here, this is the WBO saying that they consider the WBC World Champion to be a secondary belt when there is a belt above them. Above it. So if the champion in recess is the primary champion and Jermell was moved from WBC champion to WBC champion in recess, and the WBC still recognized Jermell Charlo as the champion and would not recognize the WBC champion as the champion, the same thing would apply for the franchise belt. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? The only thing that would get them out of this is if the WBC clarified it and said, hey, WBO, no, this is champion in recess. This is not our major champion. Recess means to put in the back. So it's not our primary champion. But if the WBC agreed that the champion in recess was the champion, that means they would agree that the WBC World Champion is a secondary belt, which the WBC itself said was a secondary belt. When what? When Teofimo Lopez held it. Because they unified with it, didn't they? Didn't they? Did they or did they not unify the WBO and the WBC franchise belt? Didn't they unify them? And doesn't this right here say they don't allow unifications with secondary belts? Huh? 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 See, it's funny how you can find the truth in even some bullshit. It's funny how you can use flat out bullshit to fertilize and grow the truth. Because it says right there, they do not allow unification fights with secondary belts. If Vasily Lomachenko, WBC franchise, was a secondary belt, they would not have allowed the unification with that belt. They would have said that belt cannot be on the line. That's a secondary belt. What they wouldn't have allowed was a unification with that WBC belt. What they wouldn't have allowed when Vasily Lomachenko had the franchise was to allow Teofimo Lopez to unify with the guy that held the WBC belt. The WBO wouldn't have allowed that fight. So you can't tell me that Teofimo Lopez ducked him because the WBO wouldn't even allowed it because they would have called it a secondary belt. I'm going to beat the tar out of y'all with this argument because you need to stop being so goddamn dishonest. And here this buffoon comes. What names are you going to call me for this?
Hey, how you doing, man? It's a good one, man. Hey, like you said, you cannot pressure Tank Davis, the face of boxing, into no fight. He's similar to Canelo Alvarez.
I didn't say anything like that.
No, that's what I'm saying. I ain't say you said. I'm saying what I'm saying. I'm telling you my opinion.
You're right. You said you're right.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying my opinion. I feel that
he's the controlling mastermind and not do this fake agreement shit you do every time.
What you mean agreement? I'm not agreeing. I'm just telling you how I feel. What you mean agreement? I'm just telling you how I feel.
I said fake agreement. Come on, get to the insults, bro. All right, don't worry. What do you need to say? Go ahead, mastermind.
No, this is all I'm saying. He is the face of boxing. He picks and chooses who he wants to fight. You can't pick Gervonta and make him, well, I deserve to fight. No,
yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Who gonna make him fight him? He like Canelo.
When he fights his mandatories, like when he fought Rolly Romero, he had to fight a mandatory. Rolly Romero made him fight him. He didn't want to fight Rolly Romero, but Rolly Romero was the mandatory, so he had to fight him. That's what happens. Mandatories.
Yeah, but like he said, he's the face. He still didn't have to fight. He could have relinquished the belt.
Yes, he did have to fight him, or he would have lost.
So, what would have happened? So what if he chose to fight somebody else? What would have happened?
He was told to fight him, and he fought him.
Mm-hmm.
He said he didn't want to fight, but it was his mandatory. He had an obligation.
Yeah, but he already said the belts don't matter. So if you choose not to fight him,
no fighter can be forced to fight anybody. It's not slavery.
Right. So I'm saying by him being the face of boxing, he didn't have to fight Rolly. He could have said, nah, I don't want to fight him. He don't offer me nothing. It's a low payday.
No, but that's not what he did. He said they're making me fight him because he's my mandatory, because he's the WBC champion. He was a WBA world champion, and he had a mandatory. So he had to honor his mandatory. That was somebody getting him to fight somebody he didn't want to fight. He was very open about not wanting to fight Rolly. He said he didn't like the fight, but he had to do it because that was his mandatory.
So you're saying being the face of boxing don't give you the luxury to pick and choose?
I'm telling you that Gervonta Davis fought his mandatory. He was forced to fight his mandatory. That's what I'm telling you.
So is Canelo Alvarez mandatory?
Not yet.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you saying he can be forced into fight Benavidez. He just got to do this.
Look, man, you want to try to use dog, you're just trying to play
games. Why you act like somebody got to be against you? We on this, I'm just trying to learn. It ain't always about debating. I'm just trying to learn. You saying he's not a mandatory. I'm thinking he was.
Really?
Damn, somebody
so you make some big ass loaded statements that I don't agree with, and I just told you an example of it. No, Gervonta Davis has to fight. There are limitations to Gervonta Davis. He has to fight somebody. He does. He has to.
So Frank Martin is a mandatory.
Sir, he has to fight somebody in order to get a paycheck. He's not going to get paid if he doesn't fight.
Yeah, but you can't say, well, I deserve a Tank Davis fight because he picks and chooses who he wants to fight.
Yes, you can if you're the mandatory.
Mm-hmm. So yes, who is his mandatory right now?
I also said Shakur Stevenson deserves a fight. See, there's a difference between deserving the fight and forcing him to. See, those are two different words. Whether somebody deserves it is one thing. Whether or not they can force him is something else.
It appears that Shakur doesn't want the Tank fight because I don't see the same energy for Tank as he had for Devin, and they're in the same division.
Now you're talking about whether or not Shakur wants it. Now you're on word number 3.
I just said the fact that he don't want it.
If you want to have a conversation, you got to stick to a conversation. You went from nobody can force him, you went to nobody deserves it, to Shakur doesn't want it. Those are three entirely different conversations about whether or not Shakur wanted it, whether or not Shakur deserved it, or whether or not Shakur Stevenson can force it. Those are all three different things that you ran off in sequence.
No, I'm saying it's all in sequence because he calls out Devin Haney, who's not in his division, but he doesn't call out Tank, who's in his division. So it's obvious he doesn't want to fight.
Why is it obvious? We're not even talking about that. You were talking about whether or not somebody can force Gervonta to have a fight. Now we're talking about whether Shakur wants it.
So who is his mandatory? Who forced him to fight then?
Sir, you want to have a conversation. Let's stay on the conversation. You said Gervonta Davis is the face of boxing. Nobody can force him to fight.
Nope.
But yet, Gervonta Davis was forced to fight. Shakur was forced to fight Rolly Romero because he was his mandatory. I gave you an example of it.
So who is his mandatory now?
I don't think he has a mandatory right now. They haven't ordered one.
My point, he the face. He pick and choose who he want to fight.
Oh, how does that even relate? How does it relate the fact that he hasn't had a mandatory order?
Time does not matter to me. Why would he care about being stripped?
Future, he's going to have a mandatory order in the future.
He already said in the past that titles don't mean nothing. They collect dust. Him and his team said that.
It doesn't mean that he hasn't going to get forced to defend the one he has.
And when he doesn't take the fight, hey, he'll show you I'm the face.
Well, wake me up when that happens.
Yeah.
Because it didn't happen. The last time he fought his mandatory, he didn't drop the belt. He fought the fight.
So, okay. So he only had one mandatory.
He's only had one mandatory that I know of. He may have had. Oh no, I'm sorry. He had another mandatory. He had a mandatory against Liam Walsh at 130 pounds for his IBF title, and he had to go to purse bid, and he went all the way to the UK to go fight him in the UK on a purse bid. So he fought a mandatory for his IBF at 130, and he fought a mandatory for his WBA at 135.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. This is information. I'm learning that he can be forced. I was under the opinion that he can't be forced into a fight because he is the face. He pick and choose who he wants to fight, like Canelo Alvarez does. The way he been avoiding David Benavidez.
David Benavidez is not his mandatory.
Who can he beat to be the mandatory? Who he got to fight?
They have to order the mandatory fight. That's what they have to do. And they're supposed to do it by the end of the month.
Yep. Well, I just feel like that, him, like you said, 140, he got to come down to 135. That's not going to happen, Devin. And Tank not going to go up. So, like you said.
Well, how many conversations are we on, bro? We're not talking about Devin.
Mm-hmm.
We talking about 135 and what Gervonta Davis can be forced to do. Of course, nobody can force him to move up in weight. He's not in the weight class. That has nothing to do with the face of boxing. He's not in the weight class.
It's just interesting that he stuff to and he don't say nothing to Tank. He not did derogatory.
Let me ask you a question. Is Devin the face of boxing?
No, Tank is.
So Devin's not the face of boxing. Then how come Devin couldn't be forced to fight Shakur when Shakur was his mandatory? The only mandatory that I know of Devin Haney ever having, he didn't fight.
Who was that?
Shakur Stevenson.
T.O. Oh, I thought Devin was T.O. mandatory, and he fought the other dude.
No, first of all, Devin was never Teofimo Lopez's mandatory. Why would you think that? And also, what is that? No, he was never his mandatory. When would he have been his mandatory? Teofimo Lopez was a champion. Teofimo Lopez was a champion for the IBF at the same time, and Devin Haney wasn't even in the ranking system for the IBF. And George Kambosos was the mandatory of Teofimo Lopez for the IBF.
Right, and he lost to Devin. That's how Devin became undisputed. He lost.
You said undisputed. You did not say mandatory. We said mandatory. We're not talking about whether or not Devin became undisputed. We're asking whether or not he was his mandatory. You got a funny way of flipping words. Words.
T.O. fought dude, lost his undisputed crown, and then Devin beat the guy to beat him and became undisputed champion.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with being somebody's mandatory? Nothing.
Yep. All right. Thanks for taking my call, brother.
Peace, man. Quick correction. Unless they changed their minds, Benavidez and Plant was a final eliminator for the WBC mandatory. So, yeah, but he said that they would announce it at the end of the month. That's not a correction. He said that they were intended to order it. The question is, the question is, when are they going to order the fight? They have not ordered the fight yet. They haven't ordered it yet. They are supposed to order it by the end of this month. Fanon, you was a little mean to him. Look, man, if you're going to change your statement, if you're going to change the argument that you're making 3 times, I mean, what do you want me to do, man? You call that he can have an intelligent dialogue. He tried to get slick like 3 different times. I'm not a believer, okay? Because you guys think conversations happen in a vacuum. Conversations they're not happening in a vacuum. Okay, I know who he is. I know what he's trying to get to. I know what he's trying to prove. I know it. Okay, you guys may be trying to catch up, but I'm not trying to catch up. Why didn't he address Devin not fighting his mandatory? Because he didn't want to talk about it. Because he didn't want to. Is Devin the face of boxing? No. Then why didn't he have to fight his mandatory? I guess there are some people that don't fight mandatories even though they're not the face of boxing, huh? Oh, and don't forget, Sandy hasn't fought Sandor. Yeah, but I'm not going to count Sandor Martin because he didn't give up the belt. The fight was delayed, so I'm not counting Sandor Martin because Sandor Martin's that's delayed. Yeah, but I'm not counting Sandor Martin because he hasn't given up the belt. I'm only going to count somebody that had to give up the belt before I say they refused to fight their mandatory. And he made the assumption that he made the assumption that I think that Gervonta Davis is the face of boxing. I think Muhammad Ali is the face of boxing. That's who I think the face of boxing is. And if it's not him, it's either Mike Tyson or it's Floyd Mayweather Jr. Those are the faces of boxing. He's making some smart ass statement about Tank being the tongue-in-cheek comment about Tank being the face of boxing. I never even said Tank was the face of boxing. I know who's not the face of boxing, though. Okay? I know Amanda Stanionis isn't the face of boxing. I know that's for sure. I know Josh Taylor's not the face of boxing. I never said Tank was the face of boxing. He's being a smartass. And I'm sorry, I don't like smartasses. Just get to it. You know what I mean? I respect Rollo, because Rollo ain't got nothing to say. He ain't got shit to say. He just want to insult me. So let's just get to it. Let me not try to have to wrangle you while you're running around the block. David Adville ain't the face of, but he's got that shit right. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I'm saying. Hey, I'm Just a Vibe said, I think Tank and Shakur fight will happen when Shakur leaves Top Rank and signs with the PBC. Yeah. But the question, the thing was, he said that nobody deserves the fight with Tank because they can't force Tank to fight him. That's why I'm thinking. That's why I say that you're not honest. You're not being honest. I should unblock Boxing Hacker. I really should. I think I blocked Boxing Hacker from the chat. And I know he's really missing it this morning. But Mastermind, you suck at this, bro. Yeah, I'll unblock. Hell no. Fuck Rollo. Man, I don't have a headache today, man. I'm not exploded in anger today. I am so happy the King's ass decided to go somewhere. Man. Fanon, remember when Mastermind told you you don't have the intellectual property to debate him? Yeah, I remember that famous phrase, that famous quip. Yes, I can't lie. I remember that famous quip. It was interesting to say the least. I can't believe my guy over there at the boxing outlet. I can't believe that my guy at the boxing outlet got that guy over there, man. Yeah, that was an interesting quip. But I'm so intelligent. I'm talking to, yes, he did. He said, I don't have, yes, he said, you don't have the intellectual property to talk to me. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. The intellectual property. Yeah, that's what he said. Oh my God, man, these people, man. For real, my black people, my Negro nation. My Negro nation. Oh my God, man. Don't worry about it. White boys will do the same. There's just not enough on here to say the stupid shit that y'all say. He said, if you could only, hey, dog, you should have heard, man. Look, T. Orlando, you didn't hear the conversation Boxing Hacker had about evidence. You didn't hear what Boxing Hacker had to say about evidence. That was so frustrating. I think that was the most frustrating conversation that I have ever had on in YouTube. When he kept trying to conflate evidence and proof and would not talk about a standard of proof, the threshold necessary to prove something, as if proof is not completely subjective and evidence is a fact used. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, that man said you don't have the intellectual property to debate him. Yes, that's what he said. I think he meant prowess. I think he meant prowess. But no, to be fair, you got to go with what he meant. He meant prowess. You don't have the intellectual prowess to debate me. That's what he meant. But he said property instead of prowess. That's what he meant. And I was okay with that. No, but see, look, man. See, intellectual prowess, it was right if he said prowess. But he said property. And I was like, no, dude, that's not what intellectual property is. Intellectual property is something that's the byproduct of my creativity. It's writing, music. For example, me speaking right here. This live stream is my intellectual property. Okay? Me whooping your ass using this right here is my intellectual. Whooping your ass with this is my intellectual prowess. I don't know. Who is that? Blacks are masters of defending their ignorance. No, they're not. We're not very good at defending our ignorance. Not at all. Terrible. He probably understands it. He's just not honest enough to dude, you're not going to beat me. Okay. I'm going to fight from that. I'm fighting. You're fighting a losing battle, brother. No. Jabari Ford, you have to. Hold on. Let me see something. Give me a second. Hopefully you have a comment under this. Nope, I can't do that with that. You got to give me actual comment. You have to click the link. You have to click this link and then put it in the private chat so I can unblock you. I don't know a black person that defends ignorance. Somebody needs. Oh, I do. I definitely do. I definitely do. They're defending their ignorance. They're defending themselves from the accusation of ignorance. Ignorance is not stupidity. Ignorance is the lack of information. You're ignorant. You don't know something. Okay? You don't know something. That's what they mean. I don't have a problem when you guys talk to me. I don't have a problem making sense of what you say. I don't have a problem with that. I think we can both benefit from that. I actually really do learn. I've learned, man. I don't want to say I learned from T. Orlando because I didn't really learn from him. But T. Orlando was a great refresher course for me. He's a great refresher course for me. And I definitely acknowledge his knowledge base. Just like when professionals get up here and talk about or who's good at it. There's a lot of people that are good at it. Thank you, sir. Fanon won't give no credit. I give you credit all the time, bro. You ain't teaching me shit though, son. Better believe that, son. Except for you did know. I take that back. You taught me. What did you teach me? What is it? Mosaic? What circumstance? What was it? Mosaic? What was it that you did yesterday? What was the word? What did you use for mosaic? What was the mosaic that you used? A mosaic of circumstantial evidence or circumstantial mosaics? What was it? It creates a mosaic. What was it, man? That shit was good. I can't lie. No, he did not teach me material terms. His ass got mosaic of circumstantial evidence. He didn't teach me shit about material term. I don't know what a goddamn material term is. I'm using it in a different sense. Fucker. That fucker. He got me on circumstance. Yes, he did. Mosaic of circumstance. Yeah, I like that. I like that shit. You know what else I heard? You know what else I got yesterday? What was it? The odor of mendacity. That fucker T. Orlando got me with that dang material term shit. Caught me slipping is what he didn't teach me shit. He caught me slipping. That's what he caught me. Oh, okay, there you go, brother. Hey, put your YouTube channel in the private chat. If click your face on if you want to get on real fast, if you want to talk about something. But otherwise, you know how to get it. You get it like that, but it's got to be a hyperlink to the channel. My grandfather taught me ninjas understand two things: gunfire and ass whoopings. Oh, they understand them ass whoopings. Damn, they understand that. God dog. Yes, they do. They understand that crack of that whip. Ooh, he was taught to understand that pain. Everybody understand that pain. So me, that's why I'm cracking a whip on y'all. Oh, don't say that. Yeah, just type in here. Yes. Actually, you got to give me the hyperlink. So you got to go Magic Mazia. You got to go to your channel. And you can, I don't know if you're on your phone or whether you're on the computer, but you got to go to your channel. And you got to get the hyperlink that's going to connect me to your YouTube. Everybody's got a YouTube page. Even if it doesn't have any content on it, you have it. Check that left hook was beautiful. Oh, what you talking about? Man, Rollo, dog, I can't believe Bill brought it. I cannot believe Bill Haney crossed the line, man. I mean, I know he's an habitual line stepper, but that shit right there, come on, man. Yeah, I'm on a little longer. Yeah, dog, I can't quit too early. The lights cost money, dog. Nah, seriously, man, he crossed the line with me. He crossed the line with me, man. You don't try to sick Rollo on me. You don't know me and Rollo. It's bad enough that you talked about BFTB. Like, bad enough, dude. I'm not debating BFTB for none of y'all. I don't want to. You're not forcing me into some situation where I argue with somebody that I don't feel like arguing with. I'm not debating with my mother. I'm not debating with my son. I'm not debating with my friends. I'm not doing it. If I want to debate with you and I'm talking just to you, I will. But I'm not doing that for your entertainment. I'm going to fry your ass. Anybody who want to beat me in a debate, anybody want me to debate BFTB or any particular person, you beat me first. Then I'll go. Beat me first. They said some shit about Rollo, dog. Like, first of all, he called me an Uncle Tom. Like, dude, I know you're calling me an Uncle Tom. Okay? I know that's what you're doing. Polite or otherwise, homie. That's what you're doing. That's a natural conclusion to what you're saying. Oh, there you go. All right, gotcha. Gotcha, brother. All right, Magic Mazia, you are unblocked. And I certainly hope you are not blocked for good reason. But you are definitely unblocked, Magic Mazia. Hopefully you're not unblocked. Hopefully you're not blocked for any good reasons, though. Oh, man, dude, exactly. Why would I waste my time arguing with BFTB when you all bring that stuff to me anyway? You're going to bring it over here anyway. You already got somebody doing your thinking for you. Bill said you grew up around whites. It was obvious what he was getting at. I did grow up around whites. I grew up around black people too. Devin Haney grew up around white people. Think if you from California, you grew up around white people. You grew up in California. Fuck you talking about? Like, on the real, you're from California. Like, it's still hard for me to get my head around that shit. Like, still, you're from California. You don't even have a winner. Like, you're from fucking California. Like, you're from fucking California. Everybody in California grew up around white people. Ain't no thing. What? You grew up in Compton? That shit can't be too far from some white people. Who in the United States didn't grow up around some white people? There's some white people everywhere. Oh, who the hell grew up around? Oh, I ain't working, man. Please. Please. Yes, sir. You're unblocked and agically. Let me go ahead and let me try to give you this wrench along with my dude. Let me give you my wrench with my dude at the same time. At the same time, man. Same time, man. Same time. Where you at? 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 Because you're not asking right now. So where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where they at? Where they at? Damn it, man. Where you at? Where you at, homie? There you go. There you go. There you go. All right. You passed the test. You passed the test. And let me go ahead and give you do you right. Go ahead and do you right. So you don't get blocked. Thank you very much. So you don't get blocked. Because it's kind of savage around these parts. Kind of savage around these parts. Yeah, man, you ain't got a winner, man. How seriously you really going to take somebody that ain't ever had a winner? There's no... You're in sun all the fucking day. Okay? You ain't... like I'm dead for real. Like, I'm... Why? And plus, if you ain't grown up around no white people, you ain't grown up around no mass shooters. You got to grow up with a good fear of mass shootings. I grew up with a fear of mass shootings and lynchings. Okay? Lynchings. You had to wonder what was going to happen. Are you going to get lynched? Like, are they going to get in a bad mood and throw your ass over a tree limb? Like, that's very real when you're in that situation. That's very, very real. I don't know if you realize this or not. White people are the most dangerous people on the planet. Bar none. Okay? I'm just telling you. The most dangerous people, bar none on this planet, are white people. And if you only grow up around the most dangerous people in the world, I don't know. Sometimes I think them black neighborhoods are kind of safe. Now, you can definitely get in some trouble over there. You can definitely get in some trouble, for sure. Yeah. People kind of crazy out here, man. They're kind of crazy. You know? They everywhere. You're also like, where are you not so? Where are you not so? You got the wrong. Now you got some cats with some. Matter of fact, who is it going in your neighborhoods? Who's doing all this police brutality in these black neighborhoods exactly? Who? Like, I'm just wondering, who are these people? No, I do not know that there's a lot of snow in California. What mountain are you talking about? Certain parts get what most consider a traditional. What part of California? In the mountains? Yeah. Who exactly are these people coming in here beating the shit out y'all? Who is that beating up Rodney King? Again? Who is that? Exactly. You talking about in a mountain range? You talking about in the mountains or some shit? Ain't nobody talking. I ain't trying to hear nothing about them damn mountains. Man, please. Nobody trying to talk about your mountain winners. Man, egg, no, bro. Ain't nobody. Hey, what's going on, Rachel? I ain't trying to hear none of that, man. Man, you grow up in some sunshine, man. I ain't trying to hear that. You know, y'all just wild. Y'all wild, man. Y'all straight up wild, man. Anyway, man, I think we've done away with the Haney clan. They're done. I have whooped the Haney clan away from me. You remember when they were here all day, every day, talking and talking and talking and talking and talking? They had all kind of energy. They had all kind of gusto. They knew all the answers. They knew all the answers. And everybody was cap. I know you missed the Hanos. Oh, dude, seriously, the Hanos clan, that was what you call some gump shit right there. That's what that was. That was what you call gump shit right there. I was like, what is this shit? When they made a banner, what the fuck? I know even Devin Haney was like, what the fuck? What are you, the Girl Scouts or something? Like, they made a Girl Scout badge. No, they came with a Girl Scout badge. Like, man, for real? You guys got a Girl Scout badge? Oh, you got a logo now? What is Gervonta Davis's logo, man? I have never seen anybody with a logo before. I ain't seen no. I know they were like Bomb Squad, expensive paper. Shout out to expensive paper, man. I ain't seen expensive paper in a long time. Shout out to expensive paper. Bomb Squad. I mean, they had that. Bomb Squad had that. Arrow had Man Down. Bud had Bud. I mean, but man. They had Man Down. Yeah, but they never had they never had a patch that you put on your shirt. They never had a patch. They never have a logo. You know what I mean? Thanos. The biggest. Anyway, man. So look, I'm gonna put a couple more links. If y'all ain't gonna hop on here, man, we can, you know what it is. We can roll out a little early today. But God dog, for real though. I am taken back. It's lonely out. It's lonely at the top. It's lonely at the top. I even tried to coax somebody into one, and they wouldn't take it. They're like, "We know that you're smarter than everybody." Yeah. I was like, "Nah, dog. I'm trying to coax you guys into it." Phoenix the Assassin said, "R.I.P. Hanos Clan, June 19th, 2015 to February 29th, 2024. No, I think they really. When was the fight? When was that? When did they win that, man? Tank was originally strap season, but then strap season ended, though. Strap season ended with Terence Crawford taking all the straps. Rashard Noor said, "Much love, my brother." Thank you, man. Much love back to you, brother. Much love back to you, sir. For sure. Yeah, they came around after the JoJo. Oh, where's Kyle? Kyle, you clicked the link, man. I'll give you your wrench back, Kyle. Kyle, click the link and I'll give you your wrench back. I'll give you your wrench back, sir. I'll give you your wrench back. I gotta let somebody live. Hey, you won't hear from them until they knock out Ryan. If he don't knock him out, they will continue. No, it doesn't matter. You already know what it's going to be, dog. You know what it's going to be. What it's going to be is he outsold Gervonta Davis. I already know when it's coming. I already know. Hey, Rashad, I'll get you, brother. Don't worry about it, man. Just give me a little bit of time. Because I don't like to give it when people ask, but I see you. I got a question. It's serious cancer. I got a question. It's serious as cancer. Who can take the average? Who can make the average dancer? Where'd that come from? I got a question. It's serious as cancer. Who can make the average dancer? That's Big Daddy Kane, isn't it? That's Big Daddy Kane. I do believe. They outselling the t-shirts. No, for real, man. Because like, whatever happened to Christian? Oh God, dog. Oh, is it Eric B and Rakim? Okay, thank you. Whatever happened to Christian? I embarrassed Christian. Counselor. You know what happened. He got disbarred. That man got disbarred, man. That man got his ass whooped. Ooh-wee. That boy there got his ass whooped. You can say what you want, but that boy right there got his ass whooped. You was out there co-signing his ass too. T. Orlando. That's why I can't wait for you to click this link one day. Because you know it's going to get ugly, right? You know it's going to get ugly when I see your ass again, don't you, T. Orlando? Hey, man, just showing love. Happy Monday, OG. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday, Jameson. Hey, thank you, brother. Unless that's old. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. It's Tuesday, though. You must have one of them jobs you don't have to keep time on, man. You know? Ariana in the building. I don't think I said hey to Deborah Booker today. I don't think I said. Oh, Ariana, you must be behind. Is Master? Is he in here? Mastermind in here? Mastermind ain't in here. I don't know why Mastermind act like I'm supposed to act like we friends. Maybe that's the problem. I'm supposed to act like I'm your friend. Is that what I'm supposed to do? See, that's not my job as OG. Probably work 3 or 4 hours a day. Yeah, you forget, man. Did you brush your teeth today? No, I didn't brush my teeth today. No, I didn't. He's like, yeah. Says Mastermind think he my friend too. Like, yeah, like, am I supposed to be acting like I'm your friend? Like, I don't feel friendly towards you. Yeah, Luke Davis. Did you brush your teeth? You the same dude, huh? Trying to get a little shine, trying to get a little attention, Lukey. Go ahead and let's go ahead and make that channel again. Go ahead and make that channel. Okay? Go ahead and make that channel. Why can't we be friends? Cause I don't like you and you full of shit. That's why. Bro. That like, oh, you blocked him? I mean, I can't block people. I don't block people typically from being able to click the link. I don't usually do that. I only do that under certain circumstances. You know? Kyle Porter, if you put your comment in, are you on? You're not blocked, are you?
Oh no, they clipped me right away as soon as I had a comment. 86K.
Oh, jeez.
It's all good.
All right, so tomorrow.
I still get an opportunity to listen. That's what it's about. But,
yeah. So tomorrow, I'll make sure I get you that wrench so you don't get clipped for the whole day.
It's crazy, man. I never had such a target on my back.
I'm trying to tell you, man. We be having these conversations. You think I'm the only person you're frustrating? You're not. I'm not. I speak for the crowd, believe it or not.
Isn't it good though when you get an opposing stance to shut down? I mean, it's pretty lonely out here with no more Hanos clan.
No, it's not lonely at all. I'm having a great fucking time.
All right, as long as you're enjoying what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not yelling. I'm not. Nobody's gonna call me mean.
But your chat clips any opposing view. It's hard, to tap.
No, they don't. They don't. They do not clip any opposing view.
Well, just mine.
No, they don't.
All right.
I can tell you right now. I've seen several people, but I could go members only. See, that's what other channels do. The other channels will go members only.
Yeah, you got to pay to play.
Exactly. They'll go members only on you. I'm not even going members only.
Do it. See who's really about it.
Hell no, I'm not going to do it. Why would I do that? That's stupid.
All right. Well, I don't know the specifics of it. Yeah, I don't know.
No, let me tell you why that doesn't make sense. Members only makes sense for somebody that has 8,000 people in their live stream.
Okay.
That makes sense. But see, if you get a $5 membership for a month, see, I'm not even going to give people a science on that. But this is my logic. Say, for example, we're going to take Green Villain Mike. Green Villain Mike may support once a month in a super chat. He may support twice. But he won't support at all and never super chat if he can't comment. So you're not going to get things like this. You're not going to get this.
I hear you.
Or you may, I don't know. But honestly, I'm not that big a channel, and I like talking to people, bro.
I think the people that
Chill Bill said, "Noob, get this dude off the phone," and he supports.
He earned it.
He supports on a regular basis. But you support too,
and
you're not a member, so I would be blocking you if I did that.
What I will say is the people that enjoy your boxing talk, I don't imagine would have an issue subscribing and paying a $5 fee.
I'm all right with that. I'm okay.
They'll still super chat because they want to speak to you without.
Now I have to put you in the same bucket as King. I'm not willing to do that. I want anybody to be able to talk to me. I really do. I don't mind. But even the people that have it, they toggle it on and off. So if somebody's like, look, man, if you're not hitting the like, so I can do that. Like, I wouldn't mind doing that. Like, hey, man, I got to do members only until y'all get the likes up. That would be something I'm stealing from somebody that's what I saw them do, where they're like, hey, man, I can turn on my comments and it'll be members only comments. So I don't even know if I can do that. Do not be insulted if I do this. Yeah. What's community moderation?
While you're doing that, I'm gonna just say, I tell you one thing, man. I don't know. I'm far removed from high school. Like cyberbullying, I think is something that younger generation has to deal with. And I tell you, if I didn't have a good life, the attacks of these people, man, a weak-minded person would take it to heart. So
yeah, I mean, like when you try to cyberbully me.
No, just in general. Like if I didn't have a good life and comfortable in my own skin, holy shit, I'd probably take to heart a lot of the criticism or the frustration.
Yeah, you mean like somebody that gets on here daily and calls you biased?
Well, you're strong, bro. You could take it like
When
me.
I'm strong, when you call me biased over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Oh, well, again, I'm not
You're
gonna
cyberbullying me.
justify it.
I just want to let you know you're cyberbullying me.
I'm not gonna.
You're
justify
accusing me of being biased all the time, bro. That's cyberbullying. Okay? You can be sarcastic. You can be sarcastic. You can do it. You can do it in a lot of different ways, bro. You can do it a lot of different ways.
All right. Well, I've stopped because you had that conversation after that conversation.
We'll see.
No, I mean, see. I just let you live and do what you do.
Once I give you that wrench back, we'll see.
No, you said you're happy doing the streams without opposing views, so I'm not going to sit here and bark up that tree.
Look, opposing views are cool. Yeah. The insults are not cool. That's an insult. See, it's not an opposing view whether or not I'm biased or not. That's an insult.
Well, I'm not really coming at you as a person. It was more your boxing.
Yeah, you are. Hey, you are.
Not as a person, not as a human being.
Yes, you are, because I'm me.
Yeah.
You saying you, I think you, just when you say you, you're talking about me.
I think if someone were to call you like, this is just an example. If someone said Fanon's racist, that is an attack on your person.
What's the difference between me being biased and racism is just a specific form of bias and mistreatment.
Yeah, but a boxing bias, it's not determined on their race or something that's really morally wrong.
How do you know that? That's not what King says when he calls me biased. He said I have a tribal mentality. King calls me biased for black people all the time when he's constantly hating on the PBC.
You don't think it's fair to say we all? I don't know if that's the correct word.
We've already had the discussion. I don't think it's fair to call anybody biased, and if it doesn't matter. I don't care if you're biased or not. My question is, are you being fair? Are you being fair? If you can say you love your child and I'm biased in favor of my child, but if you think your child should win if you think your child deserves the money that's in another child's pocket, I would say no. Because your child, that's that child's money. If you're telling me that my child gets to ride off with that child's bike, you may be biased in favor of your child, but your child is mistreating somebody by stealing from them. So if my bias doesn't come into play, give the belt back.
I think morality is superior to that interest of your child. It should be, at least, but you can't.
My point is whether or not bias matters. It doesn't matter if you're not using it. If you're being fair, if you know all the facts and you're making a fair decision, a balanced, fair decision that comes logically supported from actual facts, doesn't matter whether you're biased or not. Somebody could be stone cold racist from and hate black people to death, and it could be a referee. If that bucket wins and the all back team has more points and they say that's a winner, guess what? Doesn't matter. As long as they call it fair and they count a 3-point shot, a 3-point shot, they count a 2-point shot, a 2-point shot. If this guy travels, they call the travel. If they do it and they do not exhibit it, then it's not a problem. Because nobody's been mistreated. It's just in your head. What you think in your head is your business. It's whether or not you're mistreating somebody and whether or not you're exhibiting that. And I'm not doing that. Okay. The fact of the matter is, with most of these conversations, I'm not doing that. I'm telling you what I honestly think, and not just what I honestly think based on facts that are readily visible to everybody else.
Yeah. I'm not here to, again, I'm not trying to make a case for anything.
Well, I appreciate you, man. I just wanted you to be able to get your voice out today because you got blocked for 86,000 seconds.
I just want to give a shout out to GM, to Zenith, to Southpaw, to everybody. That was a little bit of sarcasm.
It was a lot of sarcasm.
But
not just a little bit. I got that.
I respect them because they are consistent.
You don't respect them.
Well, not respect them. I don't know them, but I see that they're consistent in their viewpoints, and they'll defend how they feel strongly. So that commitment is respectable.
Let me help you. Let me help you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to speak for Kyle Porter. All y'all that I just named, fuck all y'all. I'm about to get my wrench back. I'm about to get my wrench back tomorrow because Fanon said I get my wrench back tomorrow, and I'm going to be talking all the shit I want tomorrow. Y'all fucking around, put me on block for 86,000 seconds. Fuck y'all. See, that's the truth, Kyle. That's the truth.
That's not going to get me. I enjoy listening to your content. So interacting and participating, I enjoy that too, but it's not the end all. I can still listen and hear your takes and get news and get updates. It's just, I enjoyed participating, supporting, but if they voted me out, it is what it is.
Dude, they didn't vote you out. They got no votes. Y'all ain't got no votes. They got a wrench slap you upside the head. You can click this link anytime you want, and I will say, okay. I just wanted to let you know, bro. I had to let you be out there swinging in the wind because, dog, you kept calling me biased every day. So I'm like, okay, man, I can't. If you're gonna if you keep calling me biased every day, if you keep offending me every day, I get tired of it, man. I get tired of getting called biased. I do. It's an insult, and I've explained to you like a bunch of times. I find that to be an insult. So, like, if I tell my wife does not like for me to call women broads, because I tell you, I call women broads.
That's a little
just straight up. I mean, like, man, fuck that broad. That's what I say. That's something I say on a regular basis. I won't call a woman a bitch. I won't call them an HOE. But I used to be like, man, that broad. Get that broad. And she didn't like. She's like, that's insulting. I was like, I'm sorry. That's just how I grew up. I grew up calling women broads. Like, it's a joke to me. And man, that broad out of here. See, so I can't say that anymore because she's insulted by it. Also, my wife is not the darkest skinned person in the world. So I used to make fun of her every once in a while and say, hey, man, da-da-da-da-da. And she eventually was like, look, I really don't like that. And my mother doesn't like it either. I don't like that. So I had to figure out, you know what? I need to stop doing that because they don't like it. I don't like to be called biased when I'm not being biased.
I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, but
you kept sit here and
over and over again.
No, you kind of
booted. You kept doing it over and over and over again.
Fernand, you booted me on Saturday over something I really didn't even agree with or understand, but I guess it was just a build-up.
Look, man, if you imply that I have nefarious motives for expressing my opinion, then or bring up the word bias, I am going to get offended because I am not being biased. I'm not. And if I was, I would tell you. For example, fuck the WBO. Okay? I think the WBO was playing some damn games yesterday by acting like they wouldn't sanction, they were not sanctioned a unification fight from the WBO and the WBC. And then they after this fight is over, you got 5 days to come to a conclusion and start negotiating with Terence Crawford. I think that they're playing games. They did not want the WBO to be on the line against 2 consecutive WBC fighters at 154. And the WBO belt was the hardest to get anybody's hands on. Because if you remember, it was years that WBO 154-pound belt sat on the outside. It was Tszyu who had it. Munguia had it. Then Teixeira had it. And then only when Brian Castano got it did it kind of come into the fold of the PBC. So now Jermell gets it. They stripped Jermell Charlo. They stripped Jermell Charlo and they refused to sanction a fight with the former world champion. And then they claim that they're not going to sanction a fight for a unification. And then they bring another non-PBC fighter to fight for the belt as fast as they can. I don't buy it, dog. I think that's bullshit. So if I use the phrase, I think Terence Crawford's cherry picking, I might be being a little bit biased by using that phrase. But it's not my bias against Terence Crawford. It's my bias against the WBO because the WBO has been on some bullshit for a long time. With the PBC. And they are very much. Yeah, but I will tell you that.
Do you think it's more anti-PBC or is it more pro-Crawford?
What did I just say?
you kind of shaped it as if it was definitely like anti-PBC. You know what I mean?
So why would you ask me the question?
Because that the secondary could be like just being pro Crawford in your mind, or you don't.
But no, not my mind, your mind, because I told you what it was in my mind.
All right. Well, I think it's both.
See, that's the way that we can make some progress. It's okay to disagree and say, hey, man, I think it's more that they're being pro Terence Crawford, and let me tell you why. Yeah. That's what you should have done. But if you ask me, do I think that? I don't think that. Otherwise, I would have said that.
I mean, or considered it. Sometimes that's why.
I'm telling you, I made a very clear argument what I thought and why. Because the WBO usually has their champions being held, their champions. It's it's almost rare to see somebody from the PBC even ranked by the WBO. If you go through the WBO rankings, you're not going to see a lot of PBC fighters even ranked with them. I don't even know how many PBC fighters. I don't know how many PBC fighters even hold WBO belts. How many top ranked fighters? How many PBC fighters? How many PBC fighters even hold their belts? Very few. Most of the number their belts tend to go with Matchroom, Golden Boy, and Top Rank. By and large, Top Rank. They get their shots at that WBO at the WBO belt, and it's been that way for years. That's why the Fox said, "Look, man, we're not even going to put the WBO on our channel. We're not even going to mention them
because they see what
because you guys are not ranking because we have a network deal." Fox did that because Fox had a network deal with the PBC, and Fox felt like the WBO was not allowing the fighters that were fighting on Fox to fight for their belts. So they were like, "Look, if you're not going to rank fighters that fight on our network for your belts, then we're not going to mention your belt on our channel."
Yeah, we're not going to acknowledge you.
And the WBO has a reputation for that. And so, and I can't say they have a reputation for being pro Crawford. I can't support that proposition. I don't know that's to be true.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
Stop timing out frequent flyer under Jamal. Please do not time him out. And also, frequent flyer, can you please put frequent flyer in the private chat so that I can unblock you? Because you're going to get clipped over there. People trying to remember who you are. And stop ducking the smoke, too. Frequent flyer. Stop ducking the smoke. Your boy got bodied. Your boy got bodied. You
talking about the clip?
No. I'm talking about Bill Haney. So I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
That one. The one that I'm gonna. And since Bill said and the only reason I'm saying I bodied Bill is because Bill had the audacity to say that the people in the barbershop would ride with him. Ain't no barbershop cat's gonna be arguing with you.
I think Bill was trying to say in the barbershop they don't articulate the way you do. And
yes, they do.
No, but he was giving you a compliment while
trying
to.
In the barbershop, let me tell you who goes to barbershops. My father goes to barbershops.
Everyone does.
There you go. So don't tell me they're not doing it in the barbershop. I guarantee you, Orlando goes to the barbershop.
Who hangs out at them all day? A certain type of people. At least that's
barbers. Barbers.
The
only people that hang out in barbershops all day are barbers. And barbers are not riding with him. I've got several barbers here. Several barbers on the channel.
I don't know about your community, but there's a couple of I wouldn't call them losers, but clearly they don't have a job.
Let's hanging out. Let's be real, bro. No. Most people that hang out in barbershops are barbers. And people going in there to get their hairs cut. Do you hang out in a barbershop all day? Have you ever hung out in a barbershop all day?
Oh, absolutely not.
Then you wouldn't know who's hanging out there all day, would you?
Yeah, because I always see them and they're never getting a cut or cutting hair. They're obviously, doing other things.
They're sitting there, but you're not there all day, are you?
They making moves out. I feel what you're saying, man. I'm not trying to
see how that works. No, let me tell you what he's saying. He's saying black people wouldn't ride with me. Black people go to black barbershops. That's what we're talking about. Black people go to black barbershops. And I'm going to tell you right now, most black people do not believe the horse shit coming out of Bill's mouth. Most black people are very, very, very familiar with horse shit.
running game.
Exactly. I don't understand what this is. I've lived in black neighborhoods for years. Matter of fact, how many years have I lived in black neighborhoods? I've lived in black neighborhoods in my life well over 15 years of living in black neighborhoods. Because when you're 55, I lived in black neighborhoods in Kansas City. I lived in right up on a black neighborhood for about 7 years. In New Orleans, I lived in a black neighborhood for 4 years. So I think that's 11 years right there of living in a black neighborhood. I lived in Atlanta for maybe 2 or 3 years. There's been a lot of time that I've lived in black neighborhoods. Yeah. Okay, I've lived in Section 8 housing. When I was in law school, when I was an undergrad, I lived in Section 8 housing. And there was all black people there. All black people there.
But there wasn't people that was either...
I lived in black. My cul-de-sac was majority black in Memphis. I'm black. Thank you very much. All my family members black. All of them. So I know what black people do just as much as I've lived in a black neighborhood more recently than he has.
For sure. I don't say for
I
sure.
promise you I have. I've lived in a black neighborhood more recently than he has. He hasn't lived in a black neighborhood, and he hasn't lived in a black neighborhood, I bet you, in 20 years.
I think what he was trying to say, which I don't agree with, is that you're intelligent, you articulate well, and you're very logical, and you have an extensive knowledge in like.
And black people do not think that that's bullshit. Most black people are very, very intelligent. Most black people understand those in the United States, understand the English language. That is seriously underestimating black people.
No, but what I'm saying is when you're so articulate, you can intimidate someone who's not on that level, and they'll try to pull the hood card opposed to matching you in that realm that you're comfortable.
You're talking about that's what he's doing.
Even, for example, not to shade anybody.
No, you mean he's doing that. I intimidate him.
Yes. Or even like
then if you say I intimidate him, say I intimidate him. Yeah. I'm not intimidating. I don't intimidate Fahim Satur. I don't intimidate Deborah Booker. I lived in black neighborhoods for several years. I didn't intimidate the people that I spoke with every day because they're not stupid. You are underestimating black people to think that there's something extraordinary about me. There's not. I'm a normal black dude. I know a bunch of black people smarter than me. I do. At least 3 of them.
It's a sensitive conversation. I feel like it's too risky for me to address.
Well, you're black. You can say whatever you want to say, bro.
Well,
you got
enough
melanin in your skin to say it.
Yeah, you went to barbershops. There's usually a guy there that's hustling. There's a guy there that always wants to roll dice. There's a guy there that's selling CDs, back in the day. There's always people just hanging out. I don't think you're that type of person because you could hang out, but are you the type that's going to waste your day at a barbershop? I don't think so.
It doesn't matter. When I'm in the barbershop, I know full well that they understand what I'm saying. They're not fucking dogs. It's not like I'm talking to a chihuahua. I'm talking to a regular human being. I'm not using concepts that are outside of the perception of the average black person.
Of course.
Matter of fact, I am speaking extremely clearly. If anything, they're going to understand exactly what I'm saying.
Where they may be using more slang than perhaps.
No, you are underestimating black people.
No, black people are very intelligent.
I speak in a manner that is very understandable. The only thing that you may not get and watch this. If I say argument ad ignorantium, I bet you most black people can get what that is right away. Argumentum ad ignorantium. What does that mean? Right here. What do you think it means? Well, it sounds like ignorant argument. What does ad mean? Ad means from. Oh, you mean it's an argument from ignorant? What does that mean exactly? It means that you're trying to prove a point. You're trying to say that you're right because I can't prove you wrong. You're trying to say that just because I can't prove that there's an apple in the room, that means that there is an apple in the room. If I explain that to somebody, they'll get that shit right away. They'll get it right away. Oh, what's ad hominem mean? It's against the person. It means, oh, I get it. It means you're just insulting me. You're not actually talking about the point. Correct. Because here's the thing. Black people are highly, 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 highly intelligent. Highly intelligent.
Without a doubt. I agree with you.
And Bill is the one trying to play people stupid by saying that they're not going to be able to understand it. Yes, they will. They will absolutely understand it, especially when I explain it to them.
They'll
That's
understand
the problem. No,
They'll
watch this.
It.
Here's the fact. This is the fact, and this is how I'm going to tell you they full of shit when they say it. The majority of the people in this conversation right now are black. The majority are, and they understand me. And his problem is that they do understand me. His problem is that isn't that they don't understand me, because if black people didn't understand me, they wouldn't be listening to me. They do understand me. He is being, his shit don't make no sense because he's saying that they wouldn't understand what you're saying. Yes, they would. And if they didn't understand what I'm saying, you wouldn't be here.
Okay, yeah.
The simple fact that you're here lets me know that you know they understand what I'm saying. And I do sound black. I sound very black. The fuck out of my face. I sound very black. See, the person says I don't sound black. Yes, I do. I sound just as black as Bill Haney does. Bill Haney sounds like he's in California. What do you mean? Bill Haney don't sound like he's from Inglewood in Chicago. He don't sound like he's from Alabama. He sounds like he's in California. All those dudes sound like white boys in Chicago. The whole state.
Yeah.
The whole state sounds like that.
What I wanted to say is, like, I grew up in a community where I was the minority as like being Caucasian, like fair skinned. You know, I was like one of probably 6 white kids in the school district, mostly black and Spanish. And
you're not white.
No, I know, but you got to understand from.
Oh, you're light skinned. I get it. You can say you're biracial. You can say whatever you want. You light skinned.
But
that's what people see. They say light skinned. I don't care, bro. It doesn't make any difference.
They might say white boy.
You don't look any less black than my mama does. You don't look less black. You probably look more black than my wife does. You look. Stop. Nah, Tierlano, you don't get to do all of that shit. I'm trying to tell you right now, dude. There's a bunch of people. Chocolate is a Hershey bar. Think the same way.
Yeah, for sure.
That you do. No, I'm telling you, they can be black as a chocolate bar. Think the same thing as you. Think the same way.
Of course.
Black people are not stupid. They're not stupid. We are not stupid. Not at all. Highly capable of learning. In fact, if you look at the statistics, we're more capable of learning than everybody else. Did you know that? Did you know?
No, yes. I didn't know that.
But. Oh, well, let me give you the stat that people don't want you to hear.
Yeah.
Black children learn at a faster rate than every other race of children until they get into the public school system. It's only when they get into the public school system that the learning slows down. From the age of 0 to when the day they hit that door, black kids learn faster than everybody else. They learn faster than Asians. They learn faster than Latinos. They learn faster than whites.
Okay.
That's a fact. The only time that it slows down is when they get introduced into school, where people are consistently having the attitude that Bill Haney has by telling them they can't learn, that they're not smart. No, this is no. That's what the problem is. The problem is that their people are not able to teach them because they suck at teaching.
Yeah, effectively.
They suck at teaching. And you blame the fact that you suck at teaching on their inability to learn. You know who Mike Tomlin is? The
coach of the Steelers?
Yeah, he's a noob. And he said one of the things I was like, man, Big Noob just killed it. Because he said, look, man, he was talking about, you know, the guy, he got that quarterback from Chicago.
Fields, yeah.
And he said, look, man, I don't run away from coaching. I run to coaching. You can't tell me that somebody got bad hand placement. You got bad hand placement. That's coaching. Don't put on them an individual inability to learn when it's really your inability to teach. I promise you, I can teach all of y'all that Bill's full of shit.
If you're halfway smart, you could see that too, though. You know, you should be able to.
I can go into any barbershop, have a conversation, and every single solitary person that has the patience to listen will learn. If I'm talking to Boxing Hacker, he won't learn shit because Boxing Hacker does not want to learn. Boxing Hacker, I called him the wrong name and he didn't even hear it. He starts off with, all right, yeah, fine, let me talk to you. He's clearly on that autism spectrum because he's not, and I don't mean that as an insult. I mean that as I would listen to I would like for my wife to come in here and listen to him for a second and see what she thinks.
Yeah.
Because when I said,
let me say one thing.
When I said, let me finish real quick because I don't mind the conversation. I got time. When I said, hey man, hey, how you doing here for boxing? And he said, yeah, fine. I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. And he has that same monotone voice, the way he's monotone. He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen.
Yeah.
So there's clearly something keeping him from learning. The ability to listen. Not that he's not highly intelligent, because he is highly intelligent, but he doesn't interact well with the conversation.
Yeah, he came in with a chip on his shoulder and was just in go mode.
He's not. I mean, it could be a chip. It could be whatever.
Sure.
It could be a chip. It could be whatever. But I'm just telling you, Bill Haney is playing y'all for suckers. That's it. He's playing you for a sucker. He's got a really good product in that his son can fight and it's a good match and he can win the fights. But dude, these dudes out here talking about most of the stuff y'all talking about with Devin Haney, y'all are selling bullshit. Y'all are out here slinging manure. You're slinging bullshit. You're slinging manure. You can't go from we're fighting from legacy to we're not fighting from legacy that fast. To now Shakur Stevenson has nothing to offer him. To, Peter Khan asked for $4 million for a fight with Subriel Matias. And then all you do is get on a YouTube channel and say, okay, we're talking about it. Now I have had a conversation with him, which means what? The conversation that you did have in the future, that you've now had means you were not lying in the past. You were clearly lying in the past.
Yeah. I just want to say one thing. I agree 100%. I don't think someone's race has any impact on what they're capable of understanding. I totally agree with you. I find that some of the smarter people I know are actually of Black descent or African American descent, whatever it might be. So I agree 100%. And I think you're
versatile. Hey man, you gotta hang out with some more Black people, brother.
No, all I grew up with was Black people, and then I moved out of the hood. I was living in like a white area, and I kind of
that's why you gotta stay away from white people for a little while. They'll fuck your head up with that.
I'm not comfortable around them, bro. I'm
just telling you, you gotta stop listening to them for a while, and you know what you need? You need to get your ass whooped in a debate by a Black person like 30, 40 times, like you have with me. Okay. Well, because you don't know, I'm just going to be flat. You don't know a whole lot of white people smarter than me. You don't. No. As a percentage, there's not a lot of them. As a percentage.
Most of the successful white people I know got there from opportunity that was just luck.
Successful is not a matter of intelligence.
No, I know. But intelligence.
Success is a matter of you setting a goal for yourself and achieving. That's even looking at the words you use. Success means that you had a goal and you achieved it. That's success.
Yeah. Okay? It's not the same.
If somebody sets a goal and they start off with $1 million and they get to 5, but their goal their goal was 10, they were not successful in reaching their goal. If somebody started
a question now for the first time,
but I got to move on. Yeah, sure. You can ask me a question.
Do you think being able to manipulate someone is an intelligent trait?
You need intelligence. Let me see. Intelligence would be
because I can manipulate people.
Is using your tools, the tools that you have, to reach your objective. Okay. So if there's something you're trying to do, and you take what you have and you get what you want done, that is intelligence. That's why they say the more intelligent animals are able to use tools. Because they're trying to figure out, how do I break this rock? Like, for example, why is a chimpanzee intelligent? Because they say, wow, he has a nut that he can't break with his teeth or his hands. So he picks up a rock. and he smashes it. Bow. And now he breaks it apart and he eats it. Oh, that's a sign of intelligence because he was able to use what he has to get what he wants. So to manipulate somebody, you have a negative connotation on that, which means if you're talking about being dishonest or that, I'm not talking about the dishonesty with it because I think I hear you using manipulate as a negative thing. But if I'm able to convince you to do what I want you to do, clearly that is intelligence.
Okay.
Because you have to set a goal. You have to have somebody, you have to motivate somebody in some way to do what you want them to do.
Okay, I agree. I just wanted to hear your take because
if you're talking about Bill Haney is highly manipulative, and I think he's highly intelligent.
I was thinking that, but I was talking even for
I know.
myself.
See, that's why I'm telling you I'm intelligent. I know why you're saying what you're saying.
First it was me, but then I thought it was a parallel to Bill Haney because you give him credit for being smart, and then that's why I kind of made the parallel. But I was even asking for myself.
There's no need to parallel. What I'm saying about one person, I'm applying to everybody.
Facts. I was asking for me initially, though, just so you're
for
aware.
you. I definitely think that you're an intelligent person, but I just don't think that you are. I think you're very cautious.
Yeah,
that's what I think. I think you're very cautious, and you spend a lot of your energy in being cautious, so it comes off funny. Where if you just say what you think, like for me, I'm not beating around the bush. I told him what you thought. Fuck y'all. I'm gonna have my wrench back tomorrow. Because that's really what it is. That meets your goal. Some people say that cussing is not a sign of intelligence. Yes, it is. Because it's a very exact word. I mean, fuck you.
It's a direct
That's
route.
what I mean. Yeah. It conveys my emotion. Fuck you is very useful. Cussing is very useful. Now,
it's only dumb when they use it as fillers.
Any other way, huh?
It's only, to me, not intelligent when they can't keep their train of thought. And they use a curse to fill it in.
It's only intelligent. It's only intelligent if it accomplishes what you wanted to accomplish. But if you're using a bunch of flowery words and it's not working, then you're the dumbass. Use the words necessary to get this person to leave you alone. Like, for example, what I did with Mastermind. I'm not going to fuck around and do a bunch of flowery shit with him. I want you to get to your point. How exactly am I being unfair to Devin Haney? And whatever I got to do to get you to say that shit, I'm going to get you to say it as fast as possible. Which means if I got to say blah, 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 fuck that shit, get what you want. I'm going to get to it. Okay? I'm going to get to it.
I agree. I agree with that. That's why I find myself sometimes listening to my girlfriend. I'm like, get to the point. Like, you're wasting time going.
Well, that's not smart. No, depending on what you want.
Just be direct. You're talking in circles, and I got a million things on my mind.
Depends on what you want. If what you want is what most people want from their girlfriends, like a partner and peace of mind, then it may not be too smart to do that. I would never talk to my wife like that because that shit I'm going to pay a price for that. For sure. I'm not going to cuss at my wife. That shit is a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh, no, don't curse at her.
Yeah, I'm not even going to rush her. That shit's a disaster waiting to happen. Hey, let me get on, man.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Fernando, it was a pleasure talking to you today, man.
Yeah, it was a good conversation. I didn't mind. I like that at all. I mean, I did like it. But let me wrap it up with this.
Yeah.
As far as it relates to Bill Haney, I knew very well what he was coming to do. He was upset because I was frying Devin and Devin Haney fans for a minute. Like I had it on refry. All the dudes that were trying to support him, I was frying them and frying them and frying them and frying them. And I'm doing something very specific to Bill Haney. And I know he doesn't like me. It is what it is. But you call me a time, I'm going to tell you what I do. I'm going to give you an argument. I'm going to teach people how to beat you in an argument. Because it's not that big a deal for me to be able to beat you. But if I can teach 15 other people to beat you, you're not going to like me because I don't have to do it. I can just let somebody else do it. Easy, right? It's easy.
Nah, I feel you.
So if I want to say, hey, man, Teofimo Lopez is undisputed. Devin Haney is not the youngest undisputed champion. He's not. It's just not true.
I agree with that.
It's just not true. And I've convinced a lot of people that that's not true. If I hadn't done it, if I didn't stay in the fire on that and argue with. I mean, how many people you think I argued about that with?
Oh, I've heard it many times, many
Like
times.
over what period of time? Maybe like over a year.
I'd say over a year. I've heard continuous people coming up trying to discredit Tszyu,
and none of them is success. None of them has successfully done it with me.
Because it's fact.
Oh,
it's
exactly. But now according in the minds of many people, it's a fact. It's a fact.
Yeah,
it's a fact. So you can't claim it's not a fact to a lot of people that can point to you.
Yeah.
Why it's true. Why they believe it's true. And who did he really want to talk to when he came on here?
To the fans.
Who did he say he was really trying to talk to?
He was trying to sway public opinion. Yeah, he was trying to talk to everybody in your chat.
Yep. I said, Bill, you're talking to me. I didn't say that. He said, but I'm not really talking to you. Oh, you're not talking to me? Who are you talking to? Oh, I'm talking to your audience. Yeah, I know that. But the problem is you are talking to me. So let's bring it back to me and what I said, because you called me a liar for something I said. You didn't call the people listening liars. You said that they were just misled because I was lying to them. So if I was lying to them, then show me how I was lying. Was he able to do that? No, he was not.
No.
And matter of fact, who had to admit that they didn't want to hear the truth?
I think wasn't it Bill Haney?
Yes, Bill said he didn't want to hear the truth. He said he didn't give a fuck about the truth. And he said, because I told him something was true, he said, I don't give a fuck about that. It was the truth. What was his response? I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah.
And then when he said, no, listen, being very clear, I'm telling you, I'm refrying beans here.
Yeah.
Then what Bill said to me was, he asked me, what is Gervonta Davis's title called? I said it's called the WBA World Championship. He said, you mean the JV belt? I said, no, I don't mean the JV belt. You asked me what his belt's called. It's called the WBA World Title. He said, you mean the JV belt? No, I do not mean the JV belt. That's very cute, Bill. That's very humorous. That's a good joke you're telling. Ha ha, I get it. But you're asking me what the name of his title is. His title is the WBA World Title. And then I said, you don't want me to give you the truth, Bill? That's what you're asking me a question. You don't want the real answer to your question? I'm not ducking the question. I didn't say I didn't know.
Yeah.
But then what did he say? He doesn't care about the truth. He didn't want the truth. What did he want? He wants to convince people of what he wants to convince them of.
Yeah.
So when the conversation came up about is Devin Haney the face of boxing? What did I do? I started rubbing my beard and laughing a little bit under my. And then he said, "What you doing? You nervous?" I said, "I ain't nervous."
Yeah.
I know you're gonna tell that. I said, "Hey man, stick to talking to them about that one."
Yeah, but hopefully,
but what? There's no but. See,
yeah,
there's
even
no
if
but.
you're a fan of Haney, there's no way as an adult with a working mind that you could fall for the fuckery. Like, there shouldn't be, like, I guess maybe some people are that moldable or they're able to be.
No, they're just being dishonest because they're trying to convince. They're trying to convince a lot of people. Most people don't believe this shit. I'm telling you, there's not anybody that believes Devin Haney's the face of boxing. Nobody.
Of course.
There's not a single person that watches boxing that believes Devin Haney's the face of boxing. I refuse to believe that anybody intelligent enough to type in their credit card in to even buy a pay-per-view. I don't believe anybody that's intelligent enough to find their way to an airport, drive themselves to an airport, get out, pull that ticket out of the turn to get their car in there and park, can find their way to the airport and read the signs to get them on the plane and follow the instructions necessary for them to click that belt. They, in that process, enough is displayed that they are far too intelligent to believe that Devin Haney is the face of boxing. So if you say it, I believe that you're lying. Just like if somebody was to say, I'm not smart enough to brush my teeth. I don't know what this is.
That's like me
I
saying
believe it is more likely. Let me. I'm frying, dog. I'm telling you, I'm refrying beans. Because I got time today. I believe that anybody with enough intelligence to recognize that this is a toothbrush is more than welcome, more than intelligent enough to realize that that there is no argument to support Devin Haney being the face of boxing.
I agree.
So why would I ever believe that he's being serious when he says it?
You know what he's trying to do, and
I know what he's trying to do, which is telling me something that he doesn't believe.
Correct. He's trying to run game and shape public perception of his son.
Exactly. And you don't think people, back to our original conversation, you don't think people in a barbershop recognize that? You don't think that I could convince a bunch of people in a barbershop that are familiar with boxing that Devin Haney is not the face of boxing and that Bill Haney saying so is not being honest? I think I win that argument in a barbershop every day of the week.
100 out of 100 times, yes.
100 out of 100 times. So why would you say that the people in a barbershop wouldn't ride with me? First of all, dog, this ain't a gang. Nobody said, will your gang ride with you? We didn't say, will the Bloods ride with me? Will the Crips ride with me? Will the Noops ride with me? Will the Alphas ride with me? I know the Noops are going to ride with me. Why? Because I'm a Noop. The Noops ride with Noops. But we're talking about a barbershop. You might as well be telling me the people in the grocery store are going to be riding with you. Or the people in the it's games. It's a bunch of yak. Yeah.
Now you're versatile enough to do your thing in any setting.
Any setting. Because you know why? Because I don't underestimate the intelligence of black people.
Yeah. I think you were trying to alienate your talking point, which was not right, to come on your platform and try to alienate you from.
You try to call me an Uncle Tom and a liar.
Like, Uncle Tom is like that. Like what would you say that means? That's like a black dude that acts white. Is that like what?
An Uncle Tom is somebody that does not support black people. You can acting white is funny, but it's somebody that does not like black people, does not like being black, does not represent black people, does not want to be black, wants ill will for black people. That's what they refer to. That's what they're referring to.
No, that's cold. All right.
Yeah, it is. It's the lowest insult that you can make on a black person. It's the worst. And even like I'm telling you, I'm not. Somebody would call you that. I would say no. You have a different experience than I have.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You do. It's very clear you have a different experience than I do. Where to me, you're just a light-skinned black dude to me. But your experience may be more, that's your experience.
Of course,
right?
Yeah. I mean,
Hey, all right, let me move on, though, brother.
You got family that even has a racist undertone to the way that they treat you, and you just look at them like, how are you even telling racist jokes? Like I'm supposed to laugh? Like it's mind-blowing, people.
Yeah, but see, you have to go through that, but that's going to affect you.
Yeah,
that's going to affect.
I feel more comfortable around the people I grew up with, my friends. I don't really rock out. I don't rock out with too many Caucasian people.
That's why you should listen to. That's why you should read the book "Black Face, White Mask" by Frantz Fanon. That's why I named the channel Fanon. It's Frantz Fanon, Black Face, White Masks, and what the psychological damage is that's imposed upon the colonized by the colonizer, and the fact that you're always made to feel the mask, the view that you always have to judge yourself or act in a way where you know what it is that other people see about you. Yeah. So anyway, we could go into a deeper conversation.
I'm gonna definitely I'm gonna pick that book up.
Yeah, well, listen to you gotta All right, man. Let me get back.
I don't mind reading one bit, but thank you for not.
Yeah, man.
Pleasure.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's a tough scenario. It's a tough scenario to be in. I can imagine. However, I'm gonna refine those beans for sure. Phenomenal said Kyle kept calling you biased. Then when you would tell him to stop, he would say he won't do it again. Then he would go back to doing it the next day. Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Kyle, stay cloud chasing. Come on, man. Ain't no cloud chasing. I ain't got no clouds. He like a girl who won't stop hugging you. Damn, let go. Yeah, you funny, man. You funny. That's because you that big dollar. You that big money man. You that big money man. All right, last call and I'm going to get out of here. I like that conversation, though. Nah, brother, he's black. You ain't get a choice, bro. You act like that shit's a choice. It's not a choice. It's not a choice, and it's not safe to tell your kids there's a choice. It's not safe. You guys need to pay attention to the Holocaust. You guys are fucking bugging. No, never forget. Never forget. You're tripping. You're tripping. I wish I would. That's the only thing that I would ever tell. I don't give a shit. I would tell somebody that if your mama didn't teach you this, little black kid, let me tell you, you're black. And they don't know what it is to be black. Your white mother does not know what it is to be black. Your ass better be careful that you don't find out. Okay? I'm going to tell you what it's like. Just like your mother can't tell you what it's like to be a man, that white person can't tell you what it's like to be black, and I can tell you what it's like to be a light-skinned black. Okay? Don't nobody know what your mama is. Don't nobody know what your mama and your daddy is. They don't know. They don't know. When they see your ass, they are not, when that policeman see you, they don't ask what your mama is. And for you to add that confusion to your child's life is, all right, we ain't got no Israel. Okay? We ain't got no Israel. Okay? That shit will get real, though. Nah, Barack Obama knows he's black now. Man, come on. Barack definitely knows he's black. Please. That's exactly why Barack Obama is black. Hater. Y'all some haters. Y'all some haters. Y'all some haters. Light skin black people. Yeah, you got to understand what you're going to get from cats that don't like dark skin. Let me tell you what light skin, black, dark skin. The only problem with being a light skinned dude is well, it's not the only problem. But one of the problems is they love your sisters and they hate you. There ain't no such thing as biracial. You're non-black. The race ain't the issue. It's the fact that you're non-white. I don't give a shit about you biracial, triracial. You're not white. End it right there. All I know is they don't like me, but they love my sisters. That's what I know. They don't like me. They damn sure like my cousins a lot. They always want to fight me, but they damn sure rubbing up on my cousins a lot. They don't like me, but you damn sure trying to make your kids look like me. You don't like me, but you damn sure want your kids to look like me, huh? Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Something's funny. Come on, man. No, he's not. He's a black dude. He married a black woman. He's got black kids. Come on, man. He's got black brothers. You don't get a vote, Rick. Rick, you don't get a vote. You don't get a vote. You don't get a vote. You don't get to vote whether the inmate is a prisoner or not. His ass is behind those bars. You behind those bars, your ass is an inmate. You don't get no vote on that. Hate to break it to you. You don't get a vote for yourself. You damn sure don't get a vote for them. For real. Why do you think you get a vote? That's what I want to know. Hey, speaking of which, Martin, what was this? Wasn't you supposed to introduce me to them cousins? Hey, man, nah, dog. Nah, dog. That would be my son's cousins, man. That would be my son's cousins you needed me. Not, well, I mean, not my cousins are all older now. My cousins are all, they're all older. And most of the pretty ones are men anyway, unless you want to meet men. Hey, is it true Keith Thurman got? Yes, it is. It is true. Look, man, I've met Barack Obama. Barack Obama is definitely Negro, okay? He doesn't even look. Barack Obama don't even look mixed. Like, Barack Obama ain't true. Man, Barack Obama ain't passing for nothing, okay? He got curly hair. That's about it. Other than that, it looked like every Negro on South Side Chicago. You know what I mean? He looked like every Negro on South Side Chicago. Yeah, it was a bite. Hey, man, but look, I'm out of here, man. Much love to everybody in the chat, everybody in the super chat. Y'all have a wonderful day. And with that, I'm out. See y'all tomorrow. And y'all hit that like button, man. Y'all hit that like button. And with that, I'm out. So what? So what? El DeBar just raised. Who cares if he was raised by his white mama? So what? He ain't white. Stop it. He's not white. You don't get a vote. Okay? You don't get a vote. The man ain't, he don't get a vote. You don't get a vote. Y'all need to stop acting like Negro-ness is Negro-tude is voluntary, bro. If this Negro don't get a choice, hey, if this dude right here don't got no choice, none of y'all get no choices. Man, this dude could put man. Hey, so deep catching strays, dog. Nah, he ain't mixed. That dude ain't, man, so deep ain't. Well, I guess he is mixed. He is mixed. I guess he's mixed. You're mixed, aren't you? You're mixed. You got 2 black parents, but you're still mixed. You got black. I don't think you ain't got no black. Your parents are both black. He said, I thought you were leaving. Man, if that dude got to be black, all y'all got to be black. Man, dog, you better believe they try to catch his ass. Oh, man, that's so funny to me, dog. That's so funny. But hey, no, you're not mixed, though, are you? I mean, but you're not. Both his parents are black, but so he's Negro. He's 100% Negro. Hey, I know he punched me, dog. He punched me for this shit. They punched me for this shit. Oh, I'm gonna stay away from them for a little while. He gonna get hot on me. Oh my God, man, that shit is hilarious, bro. That's hilarious. I'm sorry, I got to get my tears together. I gotta get myself. That shit is hilarious. No joke. So deep, my brethren. Nah, bro. He says all good. Okay, good. I'm checking. I'm just checking. Nah, bro. So deep. No. I've had arguments with people about him being black. Like, what do you mean? He ain't what? Shit ain't making sense to me at first. Nah, you know what it is. Just kind of curly-headed, curly-headed, brown skin, light, he looks like an Indian. He'll be fucked up. Basically, he can take his ass. He better be careful fucking around in Palestine. I know that shit for sure. His ass better be careful over there in Palestine. He said, you heard OG before you get out of here. What was your favorite city to live in? New Orleans. New Orleans is my favorite city to live in. My favorite city to go to is New York City. I ain't gonna lie, dog. New York City ain't no joke. I love New York City. But my favorite city that I've lived in is New Orleans. Yeah, New Orleans. Followed by Memphis. Then I really like Memphis too. I mean, Chicago is my favorite. But the winters suck. I like Memphis a lot. I like Austin a lot. And I like New Orleans a lot. I didn't like Atlanta. You can keep Atlanta. At Atlanta shit, you can keep all that shit. All that. First of all, it's way too gay. Way too gay. And the people are way too phony. Like way too phony. You know what I'm saying? Way too gay and way too phony. And way too damn country to be thinking they're that, all of that. Like way too country. They think they're a big deal. And people in Atlanta think that they are some big ass deal. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're not that big a deal. They think Dog, because they think they think they're the king of the South. Atlanta think they let that civil rights movement go to their head, something huge. Yeah, I ain't that big on. I didn't really like I mean, we're South Atlanta, the cats south of Atlanta, they good people. I mean, you know what I mean? Like the people of the south of what do you call it? The underground, south of the underground. Yeah, I can rock with that. You know what I mean? I can rock with the cats out there. Buckhead and Midtown and all that. No. Hey, say kid ATL, you say, whoa, you tripping. I ain't gonna lie, dog. I can't lie. I mean, I'm trying to tell you, y'all got some attitudes, dog. Y'all got some attitudes out there in Atlanta. Like, dog, I never met a bunch of dudes, bunch of country Negroes more snotty than people out there in Atlanta, dog. Y'all just think y'all just like that. You're basically like this. You're just like a southern version of. Basically, it's just like a more southern version of DC. You know what I mean? It's like you're what and what with DC, really. You know, you're what and what. No, I'm not capping. I live there. No, I'm good. I like the people south. Atlanta, everything south of Underground, I can rock with the south of Underground. I'm talking about, man, I'm all right with you Morehouse dudes. First of all, you can keep Morehouse dudes. All you Morehouse dudes, you can keep them. You can keep them. Keep them. Man, they got attitudes, bro. He said, Jay said, you're not really lying. Hell no, they think they the shit out there in Atlanta. Oh, they can't tell them. You can't tell them, bro. You can't tell them. Not quite as bad. New York dudes, and Atlanta dudes. My God, y'all. If you had any idea how many dudes from New York City get beat up outside of New York City, if you had any idea how many dudes from Atlanta get beat up out of Atlanta, coming out of Atlanta, people from Chicago ain't getting beat up everywhere. Because people from Chicago got some damn sense. They got some sense. They don't think they're from the Mecca of the world. New York, they think they're from the Mecca of the world. And, oh, man, I'm from Brooklyn. I don't give a shit about you. So what? So what? You're from Brooklyn. I'm from the Bronx. Dog, we got people in Chicago got some sense. We're not going to go over somewhere and be like, yeah, I'm from Chicago. You from Chicago about to get your ass whooped out of here from Chicago. We got our sense. People from Chicago got some sense. People from Chicago leave and got sense. Man, people from New York get out there acting like everybody's the country. They think everybody's the country, as if they won't put your ass in a pig grinder in the country. No. Said Atlanta's the king of the South, but you're spitting some facts. I mean, Atlanta can be the king of the South, but you the South. Fuck you care about the South when you're in the Midwest. And I'm telling you, Atlanta dudes be getting beat up in New Orleans so much it ain't even funny. I'm telling you get beat up, dude. Them dudes in New Orleans, man, I'm telling you, them dudes from New Orleans do not. Back when I lived in New Orleans, I can't speak now, but back when I was in New Orleans, during Mardi Gras, man, them city dudes get their hands on some Atlanta dudes. Let them find out you from Atlanta. Let them find out your ass is from Atlanta. Let them find out you from Atlanta. Them little New Orleans bunch, because them little New Orleans dudes always be little. Bunch of little dudes. Pour out the projects in droves. Looking for people to beat up during Mardi Gras. Ooh, so many whoopings in Mardi Gras. Man, you can't run around talk, man, please. You are definitely mortal. Anyway, I got to get out of here. Much love to everybody in the chat. Much love to everybody in the super chat. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I'm out of here. Deuces. Hey, by the way, we got 300 people in from Twitter. We actually got more people on in Twitter than we do in YouTube right now. Man, make sure y'all hit that like button. And with that, I'm out. Deuces.